Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the regular council meeting for Dysart et al. It is 9 o'clock, so I will call meeting to order. And I'll ask the clerk if you can do roll call, please, Mallory.
All right, Councillor Clark.
Present.
Councillor Donaldson.
Present.
Deputy Mayor Kennedy.
Present.
Councillor McKechnie.
Present.
Councillor Smith.
Present.
Councillor Wood Roberts.
Present.
And Mayor Roberts.
Present.
Perfect.
Okay, thank you. So the first thing is to adopt our agenda. So I need a mover and seconder. Councillor Clark and Councillor Wood Roberts. Be it resolved that the agenda for the regular meeting of the Council of the Municipality of Dysart et al. Held on March 23rd, 2021 be approved as presented. All in favor? Okay, carries. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest?
Yeah, I do. I submitted for under land and planning 6-E.
Okay, thank you. So that's been filed. Any further declarations? Seeing none further, thank you for that. The next thing we have is adoption of 4 sets of minutes. We've been busy at council, so I do need a mover and a seconder to adopt the approve the minutes as circulated. Councillor McKechnie, and seconded by Councillor Smith. Be it resolved that council approves the following meeting minutes as circulated. Special meeting of council on the 12th of February 2021. Special meeting of council on the 16th of February 2021. Regular council 23rd of February 2021. And the special meeting of council March 2nd, 2021. All in favor? Okay, and that's carried. And next we have our mayor and deputy mayor's update, and seeing as we have an extremely lengthy meeting, I won't say too much, but I do want to acknowledge the confusion over or frustration over the closure of our arena, pulling the ice out. I'll let Deputy Mayor Kennedy speak to that further for vaccinations, but just know that all decisions that are made by the our emergency control group are made in a group. They're made with a lot of thought, a lot of detail, and we were doing what's best as we thought for our community. And we're very, very pleased that Deputy Mayor Kennedy was able to work with the vaccination committee and then only have our arena for a vaccination center from April 5th to the June 12th. Whether it actually opens up April 5th or not, but it will be ready for that date. So, so it was a difficult situation for our community, but it's good outcome. As many of you councillors know, and I'm just going to reiterate, fantastic announcement last week from E.ON, and that Rogers Communications was a successful applicant for a huge cell project, and so that's going to take place over the next couple of years, and it's going to make a great difference for us here in Haliburton County and then for Dysart residents. They're going to be boosting some of the cell towers they currently have, and also installing new towers. So, and the other thing was the paramedicine grant. So I hope all of you councillors heard about that. That is a huge announcement for our county. Over $3 million for over 3 years to expand our paramedicine program. And when we live in an area with such a rural nature, and so many of our residents are aging, and we'll be able to age in place in their homes with this program. So it's great. On tomorrow's county agenda, one thing of note that I think some of you will find interesting is the county there's a report regarding electric vehicle charging stations. So I encourage you to either watch the county council meeting tomorrow or view that report. They have 2 sites sort of specific for Dysart, one here at the AJ LaRue Arena and one at the library. So it's just a report at this point. There is grants out there and partnering possibilities. So you can review that. And lastly, just of note, if anyone of you ever knew Leopolda, or known as Leo Dobrinsky, that was a great loss to our community last week. She was a charming, charming woman, and the gift that she and her family made to Dysart for the Barnum Creek Reserve is a fabulous legacy. So sorry for her loss, but thank you for her gift. So I'm going to turn it over to you, Deputy Mayor Kennedy, and maybe you can touch base a bit of the vaccination committee, etc.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, vaccines. I was appointed by the warden to sit on the local vaccine committee as a county representative, along with our partners, Triple HS, Alberta Family Medical Center and Health Team, and HKPR. So I've been involved since the first week in February. And of course, I think everything that I've been working towards has been to try and get representation from all 4 lower tiers for vaccination sites. The problem with that is that the stability of the vaccine, the availability of it, and the very limited options there is for travel. So those have all been limiting factors. Both Minden Hills and Dysart also signed memorandums of understanding with HKPR in 2017 that in the event of a pandemic that they would turn over their arena facilities for use as mass vaccination sites. I don't think anybody in 2017 envisioned what has actually transpired in the last year. And it was just part of an emergency management program by HKPR. So that I had solicited on behalf of Dysart a number of locations in Haliburton and surrounding areas, all of which did not quite meet their criteria. They are very adamant that they really love arenas for a number of reasons, including very high ceilings, usually lots of parking, easy exit and egress, entrance and egress, and the location of the change rooms being adjacent to the ice surface makes it a lot easier for storage of materials and for biohazardous material afterwards. So there was a lot of criteria went into this that we successfully were able to negotiate once the public got involved after the original declaration had to be made. And we're right down to the wire on that because they do want to be able to schedule mass vaccinations starting early in April. So we're right down to literally the last 24 hours before I contacted you, Madam Mayor, that we were going to have to force the opening of the arena. Once the public had got involved, it was great. I really want to thank HKPR. I worked on the Thursday night and Friday morning to get resolvement to that situation. We have a contractual agreement with Hockey Haven, which was a kind of a factor that dealt into this as well. We had the Hockey Storm has to have their teams and everything ready by September, I believe. So there's a lot of impact to the community, and I really want to thank Triple HS or HKPR. I'm getting all confused with all the initials. And it is going to close on the arena will operate from 1st of April, say, till June the 12th. The ice will go back in for summer and then on into the fall. Speaking with HKPR, once the weather warms up, there are numerous other options. Drive-through tents, that kind of thing, fire halls. There's just lots of other options there, and they're more than willing to work with us. And I've committed to ensuring that there is a spot in Dysart. I want to give a hats off to PineStone. They were one of the companies that I contacted in order to try and find an alternate solution. They weren't able to commit to a full April 1st to September 30th, understandably, but we're more than willing to support when they could. And Triple HS was able to secure PineStone for 2 days last week for frontline emergency health workers for their vaccination. So hats off to them for stepping up. And we've had contact with other companies here and locally that will roll out once things change here later on. Other than that, that's about it. It's been the Welcome Center, just to touch on it, nearing completion. It looks fantastic. I really want to thank Spencer Matthews for the work that he has done as project lead on that, and also our contractors who have really gone over the edge as far as making sure that their work came in on budget or under budget in a lot of cases, and working towards the betterment of the community. The opening date is to be scheduled in May, and I'm hoping to arrange a site visit with counselors, COVID permitting, here in the next week or two, probably on a weekend, as they are just still finishing up the interior. But if people want to reach out to me who are interested, I'll try and line up a date. I think that's about it, Madam Mayor. A busy day today. Thank you.
Yes, we do. Busy day today and tomorrow. So thank you, Deputy Mayor Kennedy. Any questions to either of us? If not, we always try to keep those lines of communication open, and so that's you're always welcome, and you do contact us. That's fine. So we're going to move on, and we're still getting used to this new format where we're in a council meeting. We're going to actually adjourn the council meeting to go into a public committee meeting. So I do need a mover and a seconder to adjourn our regular council meeting. Councillor Donaldson and Councillor Wood Roberts. Be it resolved that the council hereby adjourns the regular meeting of council at 9:09 a.m. to proceed into a public meeting to consider the following: a zoning bylaw amendment, bylaw 2021-13, file number 2021-002, lands of Rieger, roll number 060-000-24600, concession 2, part lots 13 and 14, and a closed road allowance, Plan 370, Block C, RP 19R 6886, parts 1, 2, and 4 in the geographic township of Havelock, municipality of Dysart et al. All in favor? That's carried. I forgot what time I said, 9:09. Okay, so we're now in the planning, so we're gonna bring in our planner and our senior planner, Chris Orson. Yes, and also we have a delegation. Thank you. And I'll start as chair of the Public Planning Committee as the staff and delegation are coming in. This is a public meeting for file number 2021-002, of which I just read, Lands of Rieger. And the meeting will now come to order. So a notice to all those in attendance that this meeting will be live streamed to YouTube and recorded. Please note that the recording will be linked to the municipal website following the meeting. The purpose of a public meeting is to present planning applications in a planning forum as required under the Planning Act. This is a public meeting to consider one proposed zoning amendment to Dysart et al. Zoning Bylaw 2005-120. The meeting and future public meetings will be hosted by electronic participation format only until further notice. Any oral or written submissions received in advance of the meeting will be verbally read aloud at the time the application is considered. And all persons who have pre-registered will have an opportunity to present or ask questions about the proposal. I don't believe anyone is registered to speak today, so I won't read the next little bit. I do believe that we have several written comments, so we do not have anyone registered to speak today. But it's very important to note that the Planning Act specifies that if a person or public body does not make oral or written submissions at a public meeting to the municipality of Dysart et al. Before the proposed bylaw is passed, the person or public body is not entitled to appeal the decision of the municipality to the local appeal tribunal and may not be added as a party to an appeal unless, in the opinion of the tribunal, there are reasonable grounds to do so. So now I'm going to turn it over to Chris Orson to, oh, actually, sorry, should I turn it to Chris or to our delegation?
I can certainly speak first, just do a quick summary and then of the concerns and then
we'll have Kim Roberts speak. Okay, thank you.
Perfect. Thank you through chair. Yep, so as mentioned, this is the Lands of Rieger file number, the bylaw, which is 2021-13. The municipality has received an application for a bylaw amendment from Greg Bishop Surveying and Consulting Limited on behalf of the owner to change the zoning on the subject property from open space zone to waterfront residential zone WR3. Staff have received 14 letters of objection from the public related to the proposed bylaw amendment, which has been included as attachment with the report. Comments received to date are summarized as followed. So I'll do my best to summarize. We did receive some comments late last night, so some of those I'll probably just be reading out as I haven't had time to summarize them. So the first one is a letter of objection from Conesus Lake Cottage Owners Association, stating that there are a number of land parcels in Conesus Lake area that are zoned open space and environmental protection. These were designated as such in order to protect the water quality, natural environment of the Conesus Lake by eliminating development. In many cases, these original zoning decisions were made by the municipality in collaboration with the community, which included input from the KLOCOA. The Lake Association have clear evidence that the water quality in our lake is declining, as indicated by the increase in levels of the nutrients that we have been measuring. Additional development beyond the current approved zoning WR areas will put further pressure on our lakes and our effort to maintain good water quality. In addition, the KLCOA Board of Directors recently passed a motion that lands in the Conesus Lake area currently zoned as open space or environmental protection should remain so and not be rezoned as waterfront residential. The Kinesis Watershed and Lake Management Plan, September 2007, endorsed by both the Kinesis Lake Community and Dysart et al. Council, includes principles and recommendations to preserve water quality, natural shoreline, and land viewscapes. Water quality and undisturbed natural shorelines are both critical elements for maintaining a healthy lake and are closely related to protecting the current zone, OS, and EP areas. And that concludes that concern. Maggie Stoke, I'm going to get some of these names wrong, Stoke Losa and Camille Mokaczynski oppose the zoning for the Back Bay from open space to waterfront residential. Their concern is this is one of the few remaining quiet bays without any cottages on Kinesis Lake, where the community can kayak, enjoy the quiet space, fishing, use of the area, and for winter dock storage. Leah Harper is opposed to the zoning application. The inlet fondly referred to as the Back Bay by neighboring cottagers of the Kinesis Lake is a quiet, undisturbed haven, a place to explore the untouched shorelines, a natural and wondrous landscape of driftwood, deadfall rocks, and boulders. Landscape changes remarkably with the fluctuating lake levels. The bay is a haven for ducks, frogs, yes, water spiders. In many ways, it functions as our beaver ponds do, as a place of collection. Many neighbors bring their docks back into the bay in the fall. As such, it should be pointed out that there is little movement of water in the bay. Has an environmental, and then she asked if environmental assessment has been undertaken on how the lake will be affected by the development, water quality, habitat disturbance. Then,
Chris,
Yep.
I'm not trying to interrupt you or delay the process. This public meetings are extremely important to make sure that we, so council can make a effective decision on the rezoning application. But most of them they are part of the public record, even if you don't read them out loud. Is that correct?
they are. It has been requested that we still do need to acknowledge them. So I'm trying to do my best to summarize.
Okay, I just don't want you to feel that you have to read each one out loud. I know some of them came in at the 11th hour, but I otherwise, okay, continue. Thank you.
Yeah, so there'll be a couple that I'll be able to summarize, and some of them I'm just gonna have to read on, verbatim. So I'll just keep going through here. And then we've known for years not to disturb the shoreline, not to move rocks or fallen trees and driftwood in order to prevent erosion and disruption of the spawning beds within the shoreline development. And we are once again considering, and then they go on to say that we're once again considering sneaking in another building lot that would further stress the lake. The next one is from Larry Everett, which is opposed to the zoning. The property was sold with the understanding from all parties that no building would ever be allowed and that it would be left as is. States that the price that it was sold back in the day was well below value for a cottage lot at the time, and was actually very little interest to the general population. Because of its size and application, if passed, it would be an estate lot. When the developer of the West Shore was designing lot sizes and overall number of the lots, their team of the day took the lake to its maximum capacity, and even gave it an island to the KLCOA in order to get this enterprise approved. And then about also 20 years ago or so, the individual attempted to do some building lots on Paddy's Bay with the help of Paul Wilson, which then became into environmental studies. So he has a question whether, the movement and flow of the water through the bay has been addressed or looked at. And then, yes, exactly. I'm wondering if the water movement and water quality survey was completed, as there is virtually no movement of water in this location except as the lake drops. Patty Bay has a river at one end of the water, and the water exits through a bridge. How could this current proposal be approved in the environmental assessment if water movement was a criteria 20 years or so ago? And then most new areas now have restrictions on tree cutting due to bat population, which is now endangered. So they're just hoping that the issue is taken into account, which there has been an site evaluation report which does address these concerns. And essentially, that appears to be those main concerns for that from Mr. Everett. Mark Burley is an objection. His family has been property owners since 1956. Throughout those years, he's witnessed development on the lake. As I've been told over the years, and what I recall on a couple of occasions when Little Kinesis Lake was being proposed for development, there was also some objection to the different parcels of land that were on the table. I understand that during the two occasions, there was a compromise to allow the said development to be approved. The compromise was that there would be an area of green space to remain in place so that there would still be a sense of natural beauty, or however it was portrayed, for the enjoyment of the lake. Over the years, with change of council and more people wishing to develop on the lake, the agreed green spaces were forgotten and eventually gobbled up by development. The Kinesis Lake community has, out of their control, lost many things that they cherish over the years, which has been, they go on to address, they had jumping cliffs and some other features on the lake, which they've lost out to due to sales of properties, which they've had to move. Just kind of going through as we're speaking here. And then his father looked to purchase properties and lands that encompass the bay to ensure protection. At the time, he was refused by council. As it was portrayed to him, council felt that it was in their best interest, in the interest of the area, for them to remain ownership of its protection. Years later, his father was contacted that the property was going up for sale. Through conversations, it came to light that Mr. Rieger was wanting to purchase the property for the same reason, to protect it. With the location of Mr. Rieger's cottage, it made sense for him to have it. So the individual's father passed on the opportunity. They find it ironic that since Mr. Rieger's passing, that the family is wanting to do the exact opposite of the intentions for the area. And the development doesn't just affect the adjoining landowners, but many others on the lake that frequent this area, either by land and or boat. Many come to this bay for the enjoyment that it offers, canoeing, fishing, or just a place to escape the rest of the lake. I feel that the current state, it adds value to my property and that my neighbor and of my neighbors, since it is a unique to have access to such place. Even though the county isn't the owner anymore, I believe that they need to view the land as it is a park. It was designated as green space for that reason. And then it goes on to say that Mr. Rieger bought this land knowing that the current zoning, it couldn't be developed and that it should remain as so. Just because it is in different hands doesn't make it right to accommodate the request. Removing the green space designation will be like taking something away from me, my family, neighboring, and lake communities. Then there's Gord Burley, which is opposed to the application. The original zoning was carefully and thoughtfully arrived at, much careful consideration by many people and groups who were designing the master plan of Kinesis Lake. Should be incumbent upon anyone thinking of changing the zone that they should have extremely good and thoughtful consideration, reasons for changing the existing zoning and what cottage owners affectionately call the Back Bay. The subject land was originally created by severing it from the southerly bush lot, which is necessary when Wilkinson Road was put through, as there is a sharp turn and steep grade at both ends of the property under discussion. It is easy to see why the road was set up that far back from the lake shore. On a personal note, I had been told that the elder Mr. Rieger that he had approached Dysart to purchase the property perhaps 25 years ago. And each time he could not purchase it because it was open space. Therefore, because of this, his assumption was that it would remain open space, so he wouldn't have to buy it to protect the serenity of the Little Back Bay. Then, about 20 years ago, the property was offered at auction with $70,000 reserve. Knowing Mr. Rieger's desire to keep the Back Bay, it was a natural state. The individual shared the information with him. He told him that he was able to purchase this property at the closed envelope auction for $140,000. My understanding is that Mr. Rieger intended to keep this Little Back Bay area as a natural state. In fact, Mr. Rieger knew that I had purchased a 100-acre lot across the road in his newly acquired lot. And we had a gentleman's agreement that should either of us wish to sell our property, we would offer each other the right of first refusal, with the idea that both properties would be held in perpetuity to protect and ensure the quiet and beauty natural environment of the small bay. The very small bay is frequently used by cottagers, again, through kayak, boating, the shore, which is currently zoned open space. Although this time of year, there are, there's not many cottage owners in the area. I've spoken to about 40 owners who are truly surprised and upset that the proposal could be happening in an area they have long enjoyed, given an opportunity to weigh in on this discussion. I strongly believe many more cottage owners would agree that the rezoning proposal is not in the best interest of our lake and plant. Then we have Paul Harbin, who is opposed to the application as well, stating that maintaining natural space around the lake needs to be a priority. Approval, the application would do the opposite and contravene the original reasoning, purpose and intent behind the existing classification. They also go on to say, aside from the above, I don't think that the application should be considered without all the details of the expected development of the land being available, presented and discussed. This would include, but not necessarily be limited to, a traffic impact study on an added road access, building plans, environmental impact. I would suggest that there is insufficient information to even consider the application. Kathy Stone is opposed to the application, just citing greater density of cottages along the lake will create an impact to the lake. Development of the waterfront lot opposed to everything that we, the residents of the KLCOA, strive for, protecting our lakes from overpopulation resulting in environmental degradation. As a cottage owner, I want to help preserve the quality of the lakes. And they go on to addressing that they use this area as well for kayaking. They notice that there's been algae present in late summer at times with the increased nutrients. And as they're on a point, they notice that the water fluctuation temperature from the front of their property is roughly about 10-degree difference at times to what is in the bay. And then they state that there is very little water exchange in the main lake, resulting in low refresh rates as well. The addition of the residents on the bay will further continue to the degradation of this area. Arlene Birch is opposed to the application. We have noticed in the past couple of years a downward trend in the water quality. There's less green space around the two lakes, and with the new owners renting their cottages to pay their bills, we are facing further challenges. Al Wegner, stating that their parents have purchased their family cottage when Kinesis Lake first opened. His wife and were lucky enough to purchase the cottage now, which is their home, from the original owner in 1995. His father was a president of the KLCOA, and which they've done, which he would help them with doing the water samples and take them off to the Coboconk for the ministry's test. At one of the yearly meetings, the MNR was there and said that the West Shores, as called today, would not be developed as the lake would not support growth of the new places. By the year 2000, all lots were for sale, allowing 300 more places on the lake. There are still open space left, very few, but still some. Another open space is just across the water from the proposed property of the Riegers, just off Shelter Bay Trail. And then they go on to say that the changes to the waterfront residential, this would be an open door for someone to purchase this lot or any other open space lot if they were to become available, and have them changed to WR3 as well.
Chris?
Yep, and I'm just
How many-
summarizing.
No, I know you are, and what I'm thinking is because so many of the letters came in sort of, I would say, 11th hour and are not, so they've come in through email and whatnot. I hear what some of the concerns are, but it's sort of, water quality or things like that. And so how many more, just for the sake of time, I'm not trying to rush things, but we have received all those letters. And as I said earlier, they are part of the public record. So I'm wondering how many more you have to summarize.
I have about 6 or 7, so I can certainly even just skim through to see if there are similar concerns.
Different, like I hear I'm hearing what the sort of a theme, and I hear a lot of sentiment of what's gone by. And again, not trying to rush things, but I'm wondering if perhaps because there are so many that came in late, just so the rest of council knows, I think we do not need to pass this today. We can have a deferral. A lot of times when there's files with a lot of information coming at you, we can easily defer this to a further meeting if we don't want to make a decision today, so that maybe Chris has more time to review some of the concerns and then see how do they meet our zoning bylaw, or how do they meet the Planning Act, or how do they meet different tests, etc. I'm wondering if we can go back to your actual the report, which is fairly lengthy, and then maybe let our delegates speak.
Yep, I can. Yeah, so I was just skimming through, and a lot of these just address the similar concerns of the water quality, the degradation of allowing an open space to be converted to waterfront residential. And then just some history stories, which I totally understand. So so I can continue on. I think if council has a good idea that these are the concerns as well, and if they'll have the opportunity as well to read all of the letters of objection as well. Yep, not a problem. So to conclude that portion of it, all letters were attached to the report in their entirety for council's consideration. And I also want to note that there was a letter from Margaret Rieger as well, just stating sort of some of the history, their ties to the community. Their intention is not to overdevelop a property, and that it's essentially for their family, their grandkids, to enjoy the lake as well. Just with the growing family, they need a different, a place that they could all come to as well. So I just wanted to note that as well, to the objections, that she did provide a letter of understanding as well. So, so staff will now briefly describe the application and the site. The subject property is currently a vacant parcel and located on the north of Wilkinson Road and along the south shores of Kinesis Lake. The neighboring property are primarily waterfront residential. A water course was identified in the westerly section of the subject property. However, any proposed development will be set back substantially from that stream. The remainder of the subject property is in a natural state with moderate aged forest covering of the property. The topography of the lot slopes up significantly from the shoreline. However, the property does not, the property does have a relatively flat developable area as identified on the site development plan, which is approximately 30 meters from the lake, so which would meet the zoning requirements. The official plan policy framework is based upon the direction of the provincial policy statement and the county, and the county of Haliburton official plan that provides a detailed and comprehensive document that helps direct long-term land use in the municipality. The property is designated as waterfront residential within the municipal official plan and has been since 2002. Therefore, the intent of the land based on the official plan is for future growth, such as recreational seasonal dwelling. Currently, the subject lands is zoned open space in the zoning bylaw. The applicant is requesting to change that zone from open space to waterfront residential WR3. A proposed development of the property is subject to the permitted uses and provisions of the zoning bylaw for waterfront residential WR3 zone, which would require that the development be set back 30 meters from the lake, which is 100 feet. In addition to the zoning requirements, a site evaluation report was completed in support of the proposed zoning application. A site evaluation report is required to demonstrate to council satisfaction that the subject lands are suitable for the proposed development and the development will not unduly constrain the site limitations. The report provides information and evaluates and is evaluated on the following, but not limited to the slopes, soil depth, types, and moisture, shoreline and upland vegetation, overland and stormwater drainage, fish and wildlife habitat, including species at risk, natural and cultural heritage protection, access for the property, water supply and sewage disposal, the location of any existing or proposed buildings, structures, and tile fields, and of proposed site alterations relative to the shoreline and to existing. So those are typically what's included in the SER. Whether lots, frontages and areas and buildings, structures, tile fields, or setbacks from the water should be greater than the minimum that would be otherwise applied. So again, they would look at all these things to determine if the 30-meter setback is appropriate or if it required more. In general, whether the policies of the sections of the official plans, specifically 4 and 5, can be met and what mitigation measures may be required to do so. The site evaluation report shall also include the site development plan prepared by the Ontario Land Surveyor to demonstrate the property is suitable for the property development. As such, the site plan development along with the technical recommendations were included with the zoning application. In addition, the proposed is subject to a concurrent site plan agreement that requires the owner to develop in accordance with the technical recommendations as set out in the site evaluation report, the development of the site development plan, and the provisions of the zoning bylaw. The site plan agreement will also be registered on title to the property and is enforceable by the municipality. As per the review of the application, the proposed is generally consistent with the provincial policy statement, conforms with the provisions of the municipal official plan, and with the inclusion of the site plan agreement, staff recommend that council approve the application for zoning bylaw 2021-13, and that completes the presentation.
Okay, thank you so much for that, Chris. I just wanted to, we've had a delegation, our delegate here, Kim, wanting to speak on behalf of the application, and we do have the ability to read all those, although some of them came in late yesterday, but they seem, like I said, a similar theme. So Kim, I'm going to turn it over to you to speak on behalf of the applicant, and there you go. Welcome.
Very much. Mayor Roberts, Deputy Mayor Kennedy, and Council for allowing me to speak here today on behalf of the applicant, Margaret Rieger. So there's been a strong response to this application. And I'll give kind of a brief overview of sort of how we've approached the application, what we've found in terms of the studies that have been undertaken, and then just a little bit of response to some of the concerns in the letter, if that's okay. And I'll try and keep it as brief as possible because I know you have a big council agenda today. So the application is to redesignate a zone that is open space to WR3. The subject property is 2.3 acres in area, or 0.93 hectares, and it has 900 feet or 275 meters of frontage on Conesus Lake. Comparatively to sort of the neighboring lots, this is an extremely large parcel because registered plan 370 and the other plans along this section of Conesus Lake were all developed in the late 50s and early 1960s when we did not have as much information around lake health and setbacks and lot size and that sort of thing. So we consulted with the municipality, with Jeff and Chris, as to the requirements for a complete application here. So one of the basically any waterfront development or redevelopment on a cold water lake, trout lake requires a bare minimum, a site evaluation report prepared by a qualified professional. We had Mr. Al Shah of Riverstone Environmental Solutions attend the site and produce the report for us. His report has a number of recommendations around the kind of the good development essentially of this property. The provincial policy statement is clear that development adjacent to natural heritage features, fish habitat, must show no negative impact to be compliant with provincial policy. So what we've done is we have gone back out to site ourselves as surveyors, staked out a building envelope, worked with the architect and the landowner to make sure that we could put a building, an accessory, 2 septic tile bed locations, and a drilled well within this building envelope while maintaining all of the setbacks imposed by the zoning bylaw and being in compliance with the site evaluation report. So before we even got started here, however, whenever we're dealing with an open space designation, we did do a search of title and went through the history of the property as per Mr. Isles' recommendations to make sure that there weren't any kind of encumbrances on title. So the property was Block C of Registered Plan 370 was sold to the municipality of Dysart in 1959 by Halliburton Developments, who are the developer of this subdivision, along with 8 other subdivision blocks on various subdivisions on Conesus Lake. Prior to 1973, the Planning Act didn't have you dedicate land specifically as parkland. It was just land that was for use other than public highway, and you could deed up to 5% of it. When the municipality passed their zoning bylaw, I believe their first zoning bylaw was in 1977, all of the land that the municipality owned and was not using, it wasn't going to be used for an institutional type of use, for example, were all designated as open space. So this land was then deemed surplus by the municipality in the mid-90s and sold to Mr. and Mrs. Rieger in 1998 for $140,000. At that time in 1998, I would make the argument that this was generally the type of price somebody would pay for a building lot on Conesus Lake. So, and municipalities are not required by any means to rezone to a site-specific zoning to benefit the purchaser of municipal land. That's incumbent on the landowner to do that themselves. But I would make the argument that in this specific location, I wouldn't describe the open space designation here as necessarily being something that was come to as because the municipality was concerned necessarily about green space. I know, for example, on West Shore, a lot of the open space designations there came in correspondence and conversation between developers, the Lake Association, cottagers, and the municipality, because there were concerns about the sort of whole development up that side of the lake. In this case, I think this was a piece of land that was less saleable than the other lots that faced out onto the kind of big part of Conesus themselves. And so it was deeded to the municipality because the municipality, as a condition of approval of subdivisions, could require that they give up to 5% of land. The site evaluation report that we did really addresses the kind of the lake capacity and lake quality concerns that I hear in all of these letters. The site evaluation report uses the Lakeshore Capacity Handbook best management practices, which is essentially when municipalities and developers and planners look at lake trout lakes at capacity or not at capacity in Ontario, there's certain best management practices. So imposing a 30-meter shoreline setback, that's been imposed here. Dysart imposes that on all new zonings at this point. Maintaining a naturalized shoreline and retaining shoreline woodlot. So in this case, Mr. Shaw's recommendation is essentially that outside of the building envelope, the natural habitat be left natural, permitting a meandering walkway down to the shore for a lake, for a dock, which is in line with the shoreline tree preservation bylaw as well. You're allowed to have kind of a 2 or 3 meter walkway, but no more. And then the other obviously huge impact on lakes is the installation of a modern septic system and ongoing septic maintenance. So we have 2 potential tile bed locations on this property. We always have 2 in case one were to fail sometime in the future. This will have a brand new septic system that complies with Ontario Building Code that will be set back 30 meters from the high water mark of the lake, which the Ministry of Natural Resources believes is obviously the best way to protect lake trout lakes and prevent phosphorus leaching into these lakes. So it's my position that provided these landowners follow all of the rules and the recommendations in the site evaluation report, that they do their construction in compliance with the site development plan that our firm has produced for them, and that they will have a site plan agreement, which gives the municipality the ability to enforce the recommendations of this report beyond just zoning. This is compliant with the official plan, the provincial policy statement, and I would request kindly that council take into consideration that we've done all of the work here, and that this isn't public property, this is private land, and we are able to develop it in a way that is respectful of kind of the sightlines on the lake, that keeps the shoreline naturalized, which is a huge goal of the Conesus Lake Cottage Owners Association. And really, the goal here is not to build a mega cottage to rent out on Airbnb. Mrs. Rieger has a smaller cottage on Conesus Lake nearby, and her children have grown up and have 5 grandkids. They can't all fit into her small cottage. That wouldn't be great for the septic system. And so their intention is to build a larger cottage here for their family to utilize. Yeah, so I'm happy to answer any questions if council has them.
Thank you so much for that, Kim, and I appreciate the history of, I think there's been a confusion about what open space and dedicated parkland for the purpose of a park and also environmental protection. I think some of those words have been bandied around and are misconstrued, in the history of how land came to be under Dysart ownership and how it came to be for sale, and that it was called open space does not necessarily mean it wasn't intended for development. And clearly you can see from the sale of the property and the sale price in 1998, that indicates that it was for development. And also it's been in our official plan since 2002 to be potentially developed to a WR3 zone. So I appreciate all that update. Some of the letters too of concern, things like not being able to kayak in there, that's out on the water. So when we hear the questions and concerns and letters of complaint, we have to deal with them. How do they deal with this development and land use planning? You can still kayak through Back Bay. I don't know, people look like they store their docks there in the winter, probably because there's no waves and no damage to ice in your docks. I suppose they could still be able to do that. You can still be able to kayak, etc. We're not controlling the water, we're controlling the land use. So just to keep that in mind. So I'll open up to questions from councillors, keeping in mind we have a couple options. One is which to approve and based on all the information we have, but then other alternative is if we feel we have not fully been able to absorb all the concerns from the letters of objection. If we want, we can also defer. So questions from councillors. Deputy Mayor Kennedy first.
Yeah, thank you. To Kim or to staff, I note in the lake trout guidelines that you speak of, the lake, that they require in that 7 milligrams of dissolved oxygen concentration is required to maintain life. And I note that in 2015, that was at 8.52 in Conesus Lake. I couldn't find any other information on whether that number is trending up or down. If you could, I don't need an answer to that today, but I would like to get an answer to that. And then also in our official plan, it states, and this is another one that I'd like staff to come back, or you, it states in our official plan, on shorelands of lake trout lakes that are highly sensitive to additional development, council will not consider any application that involves the creation of a new lot, new residential units, or new non-residential development. And it lists a number of criteria there that have to deal mainly with septic systems. My question to that is, given the change with COVID and everything, and the number of people that are spending more and more time on the lake, is that an impact that we should be looking at as the changing use of our lakes? Thank you.
I saw Jeff and then Kim, I guess.
Go ahead,
Yes,
Jeff.
thank you, Mayor. And just to answer Pat's question, so Kinesis Lake is not designated as a highly sensitive lake trout lake or at capacity. It is not at capacity for development. So those policies that you were reading don't kick in until it's designated as at capacity for development or highly sensitive to future development. In addition, as per our policies, the lake has not been designated as at capacity for surface recreation as well. So just based on our official plan policies, it's not at capacity for either. So I just wanted to throw that out there for you.
Okay, great. Kim?
I was just going to echo that. All lake trout lakes are considered to be sensitive. So we want to take extra care when we develop on lake trout lakes, which is why, we have these kinds of best management practices in terms of our setbacks, in terms of maintaining naturalized shorelines, that kind of thing. There was some confusion in the letters kind of referring to lake capacity. According to the Ministry of Natural Resources, as of their 2018 guide, report rather, which uses 2015, 2016 data, Kinesis Lake was not considered to be at capacity, nor they found that there was excellent clarity in the water and the conditions were not conducive to stressing lake trout, at the time that they did their last comprehensive review of the lake. I know the Lake Association does do periodic kind of reviews of their own, sampling the water on the lake. And I know that the Lake Association has concerns with regard to water quality, which I can appreciate. They're incredible stewards for the lake. But Kinesis Lake, has I believe with Love Your Lakes, they were talking about the shoreline on Kinesis Lake was 78% either regenerative or naturalized, which was far above the bar that most of the other lakes were hitting in Haliburton County. And all of the work that we're doing here, and Mr. Shaw's review specifically kind of talking about sort of the water quality and lake trout, because those are the two big concerns on this site, were that by using proper mitigation practices, and really the practices that we impose on, if you were creating new lots or doing a subdivision or anything like that, all of these types of things would be imposed on the creation of any new waterfront lot. In this case, we're just redeveloping an existing lot of record, but 30-meter setbacks for buildings and septic systems. And there's the requirement in the site evaluation report is pretty rigorous in terms of retaining that shoreline vegetative buffer. That has benefits in terms of water quality. M&R's biggest concern in terms of water quality on lakes is septic systems. And in the case of a lake trout lake, anything within 300 meters or 1,000 feet of a lake is considered a septic system that we have to be somewhat concerned about. So in this case, this septic system is set back 30 meters, which is the recommendation of M&R. And, again, I'm not opposed to people being concerned and wanting to make sure the work is done correctly. I'm not sure that we would see this type of concern if this was across the road necessarily, because ultimately septic systems are a concern within 1,000 feet of any lake trout lake. This is going to be a brand new modern septic system. The setbacks for this property will be much greater than all of their surrounding neighbors who have historically smaller lots, who may have built their cottages in the 50s before we even had zoning bylaws. So in my opinion, in terms of protecting the lake, the quality of the lake, there's no better way to develop a lot than the way we're doing it today. So I can't answer the specific dissolved oxygen within the lake, but I know that Mr. Shaw did address the fact that he had reviewed the Kinesis Lake Cottage Owners Association's data that is available on their website. And he didn't have concerns that this development would negatively impact the oxygenation of the lake, if that's of any assistance.
Okay, thank you for that, Kim. And I do notice too, in the site plan that there's a specific dock location, and the dock cannot be anywhere else but in that little envelope. And that's to protect the shoreline, correct?
No, that's actually an exclusion zone in that location. It's hard to see on the screen.
Other way around, okay.
Yeah, so the lake, where there's a stream, and it may be somewhat seasonal, but it appears to flow most of the year. I know when I was up there this week, it was flowing, and it was flowing in June when Mr. Shaw was there last year. Where the mouth of that stream comes into the lake does have sort of some of the cobbled stones and that tends to be good critical fish habitat, so where fish spawning tends to happen. The Dysart official plan directs that development should be outside of that kind of 30 meters of critical fish habitat. And then Mr. Shaw's recommendation was that a 30-meter setback be applied to the whole stream, and that we don't permit docking near the mouth essentially of that stream. So they can put a dock, I mean, they've got a lot of frontage there, but we've shown kind of an exclusion zone where a dock should not be permitted, just to ensure that they're not interfering with the fish. And the topography of that lot and kind of the shape of that lot means that our development envelope is approximately 60 meters from the stream itself. That's not imposed by the report or imposed by the zoning bylaw. That's just kind of when we put 30-meter setback on everything, that's what we get to. So we're confident that the development we're doing won't negatively impact the fish habitat along that portion of shore.
Excellent. Thanks for pointing that out. Sorry, I read that quickly and I went, why did the dock go there? But anyway, okay, thank you for that. Any further questions from councillors? Councillor Smith?
Thank you. Now, Madam Mayor, you've made a suggestion earlier that we might defer making a decision on this matter, given the number of objections. And I guess I'm concerned a little bit about the process, because people did take the time to send in their thoughts, and concerns. And if we don't read those out, don't want to create a basis for, an appeal. And that's part of the process that, it takes time, but we need to hear them out. I mean, in fact, each one of them could have asked to appear today and personally make their presentation. So, that could be time consuming, but that's the process. And we don't want to, taint the process such that, somebody has grounds for an appeal on a technicality like that. So I think it's important there. But I was also concerned, and maybe Kim might have some sense of this, is a number of the submissions expressed concern about the, the water quality in this little bay. I boated in there, obviously not recently, but I have been in there in the past, and it's shallow water. As somebody noted in their submission, the temperature of the water is quite a bit higher there during the summer. I don't know if there's any measurement of the water quality within that bay, and if there's any particular concerns related to that that we might be able to use to alleviate some of the concerns that have been raised. So do we know anything about the water quality in this particular bay, this labeled Back Bay in terms of the submission?
In general, unless there's a sort of a concern where like a lake trophic state study was being required, which is usually required for larger developments. I know, for example, Mr. Everett was talking about lots in Paddy's Bay. Generally, when you're going to be doing something by plan of subdivision or the creation of multiple lots, you do kind of get into those types of concerns. Essentially, the answer is that sort of the lake trout generally live in the deeper, colder part of the lake in general. There is a spawning area for fish in this area. I guess I'm not concerned, but I'm not sure what the actual concern is with regard to the water quality in this area and how this building 100 feet away from the shore affects that water quality any more than the neighbors across the bay do. So, again, I can appreciate concerns. This is a small bay. But there is a lot of naturalized open space around this, and the development itself actually requires that there's a lot of naturalized sort of open space, vegetative buffer on the lot itself. You know, the development envelope is pretty small in terms of the whole 900 feet of shoreline. Again, I guess if council has specific concerns with regards to water quality, we would need direction from council as to require what kind of technical response they would like from us. Because ultimately, is it concern sort of that a septic system is going to negatively impact? That's no different than kind of the concerns that we see anywhere else on the lake. So again, happy to address concerns, but council needs to be kind of specific about the concerns that they have. I don't personally, and again, I'm not the environmental professional, certainly. I don't know sort of a specific concern with regard to sort of water stagnation and having a cottage 100 feet away from it. So I'm happy to take any kind of comment from staff if they think they have some sort of requirement further that they might like to see answered. But in short, I mean, people store their docks in here, for example, over the winter. I mean, it's obviously, there's not a ton of water movement, but there's also, you know, it's not a wetland or anything like that either. So, and we did kind of one of the wetland mapping for the county actually showed an area of wetland. So that was one of the things that Mr. Shaw looked at specifically was, were there any wetland kind of swamp or marsh type features here? And none were found. It's just a more shallow portion of the lake. So yeah, I'm not sure that that's a satisfactory answer, but that's the one I've got for you.
Councillor Smith?
Well, thank you. And I appreciate, Kim, your response. It's just that it's a common theme to many of the submissions, and that's why I wanted to get a sense if there'd been any effort particularly to focus on that. You know, I will say that the site plan agreement that you know, is elsewhere in our agenda is, you know, frankly, as you've highlighted here, very rigorous. You know, I would suggest that there's not a single lot on Kinesis that will meet the standards that this lot would have to meet if the development is approved. You know, so you know, that's a very positive aspect of it. But as I said, I am concerned about following appropriate process here, and that we not shortchange it. And I don't know if you know, Kim, about the plan in terms of the schedule that the Rieger family may have. I note from your site plan agreement, for example, that no trees can be removed between April the 15th and October the 15th. Given that we're nearing the end of March now, and there's a 20-day appeal period for any decision that council does make in this matter, that would suggest that there could be no effort to clear the lot, you know, completed in 2021. That would suggest that, you know, Madam Mayor's suggestion that we need not make a decision today. We could allow more time to review these, you know, submissions received as recently as late last night, and you know, and make a decision, for example, a month from now. I don't know, Kim, if you have any sense of that schedule that the owner has in mind, but that was my interpretation. I don't know if there's any validity to that from your point of view, or what would your reaction to that be?
Well, so we've actually gone out to the site and marked the proposed building envelope and the 30-meter setback from the lake, because the Riegers do. So the site evaluation report does, the recommendation is that you can't have cutting between April 15th and October 15th without further environmental work. So there's nest surveys and that kind of thing, because essentially the concern with cutting is migratory bird nesting. So, I mean, there is an opportunity to clear trees in that time period, but they do require further environmental work and registration with the Ministry of Natural Resources for the work. The actual 30-meter area of the lot itself currently in an open space zone, there's no provision of the zoning bylaw that actually prevents the landowners from clearing that portion of the lot. Parkland is not necessarily a forest. So the provisions of the zoning bylaw permit that as long as you are not violating the shoreline tree preservation bylaw, you know, you can cut down trees on these properties. So were the Riegers permitted to proceed, you know, were we given approval of the zoning bylaw? I realized there is certainly an appeal period. they would start some preliminary site work on that property. If ultimately it's appealed, the site work stops. But in an open space zone, and again, I think this is part of the confusion. An open space zone is not an environmental protection zone. And an open space zone is also not necessarily a green space zone. An open space zone has specific uses. So in the open space zone, for example, we're permitted to accessory buildings. So we could decide that we were going to have a lawn bowling operation here, and we could clear it and plant grass. So the Riegers would like to build this year. They are working with a builder, and we know how hard it is to find a builder this time with COVID going on. But the process is the process. They understand that if this were appealed, were this deferred, that would throw a wrench into their work. But we have marked out the 30-meter setback to ensure that the trees that we do need to clear prior to April 15th can be cleared prior to April 15th, so that even though the site evaluation report and the site plan agreement aren't relevant yet because they have not been necessarily put on title, we're still respecting the spirit of it. Because again, the Riegers have no intention of wrecking this lot or ruining the view or damaging the shoreline, because they love Kinesis Lake and they're passionate about Kinesis Lake. So their plan is hopefully to build this year. And I would ask council that unless you need further kind of technical information really to make a decision about the validity of this zoning bylaw, that you do consider, making your decision about it today. Again, you are permitted to defer it, but ultimately, if it's to give people time to write more letters that may or may not be informed or kind of adding something to the dialogue, a lot of these letters are very much repeating the same things over and over again, and that's their right to. I'm not saying that they're not permitted to. It's a public planning process, and I welcome their comments. But unless it's a requirement for more technical information or something like that, we had our application in, and it went through a statutory deadline. We had it checked for completeness, so we went through a process to provide all of the information that staff thinks council needs. If council needs more information from us, we need that. We would like that, obviously request today. If we're deferring just to allow time to review more objections, unless those objections come with something that for us to respond to beyond, lake capacity or the decision to designate open space as a waterfront residential use, it would be frustrating for the landowner to have spent the time and money and gone through this rigorous process to, provide this information to council to permit a deferral of a whole month so that we can read more objection letters. That's all I have to say.
Okay, so good point, Councillor Smith. I'm just going to, because I have heard from Deputy Mayor Kennedy and yourself, but I wanted to turn to the rest of council and see, in light of Kim's just last comments there, and all the letters that I have read to date were more emotional, and I believe that their concerns are being met. So would there be any councillors that would like to make a motion to approve this today? Are there any further questions? Is there a point, as Kim just pointed out, to defer just to hear more or less the same thing? We used to kayak there or whatnot. Councillor Smith, you pointed out, I don't think there's a lot on Kinesis Lake that's under more rigorous site plan control here and or done the work. Councillor Donaldson?
I would just like to make a motion to approve it.
Okay, so there's a mover on the floor for that. I'll write that in. And is there a seconder for this? Councillor Clark. So. Okay, I will read the resolution then, and that was included in our package, so we know what it is. So that was moved by Councillor Donaldson, second, Councillor McKechnie. You have a question before?
Yes. Is Jeff and Chris, has there been other open spaces like this? I can't remember. Maybe there has been in my term on council where this has come up and we've granted the open space to become a buildable lot. I can't think of any. Do you have any history on this question, Jeff or Chris?
Thank you, Councillor McKechnie. And I'm just trying to think back. I can't recall any specifically. But as per the applicant and the comments and concerns received, staff haven't really received anything or found any evidence in our records suggesting that these lands remain natural open space. And as per the report, the municipality declared these lands surplus in 1998 and actually sold these lands to the owners. And there was no documentation in those, the documents related to the transfer that said that it had to remain open space. So just to answer your question, I don't recall anything. And if anything is provided, we would happily review it, but we haven't found anything in our records or being provided anything.
So does this now mean that anymore, and I'm sure there's more of these parcels of land in our municipality, where this is the precedent that's going to be set, that we're going to be selling, allowing these property owners to build on it now? When it was zoned, wasn't it, what is it? When was it zoned open space?
Great question. It was actually zoned open space in our original 1977 bylaw. And as for future development of open space zones, we'll review them on a case-by-case basis. But as Kim mentioned, section 16.3.5 of our OP basically says that lands will remain in the open space zone or the environmental protection zone or the rural zone to delay their development until council approves an appropriate development application for the land. So it's not necessarily uncommon that lands were zoned open space. Sometimes that was done until something was brought forward to appropriately zone them.
Kim, I believe you wanted to comment on it. Did you have your hand up?
I did. I mean, Jeff has essentially answered the question. There was a time when people were constructing dwellings on open space zones. So there are actually a number of lots on a variety of lakes in Haliburton County. I just know this from working in a survey office, so I see a lot of surveys, where people have legal non-compliant dwellings sitting on open space zones. And I would argue that, you know, would those people want to do further development work, they would have to rezone them from an open space to a waterfront residential designation, maybe with an exception, because often those buildings are quite old and might not necessarily comply with the zoning bylaw of today. And just as to the other comment, I believe it was in December at the public meeting, we actually brought forward a file on Conesus Lake on the West Shore, where we redesignated a portion of open space type 1 to WR4L to permit the construction of a septic system. And for that, we did undertake an environmental study to make sure that, you know, we had enough you had enough soil coverage, that where we were putting it wasn't going to impact fish habitat, because there was fish habitat nearby on that property as well. So just to kind of, because the official plan, as Jeff said, sort of almost makes these pre-development zones, all of these zones go through site plan control and do require a number of studies, technical studies of various types to have them approved. So I'm not concerned about the setting of a precedent in this case, but again, I'm not the municipal planning department either.
Fair enough. Deputy Mayor.
And one last question. So there's no real documented message from Mr. Krieger back way when that he didn't want this ever to be developed.
That's correct. We don't have any information that there was an agreement or anything that suggests that this was correct.
Other than one of the letters, right?
Correct. Yeah, correct. And as through the selling of the property as well, when the appraisal was complete, it was it was appraised for seasonal residential. It was kind of what was in the appraisal as well. So that was the intent. And to further that, when you look at the official plan, designation is designated waterfront residential. So again, as I alluded to earlier, that the official plan is to direct land use throughout the municipality, and it is directing these areas that are waterfront residential. And again, as everyone has already said, that open space is sometimes zoned as such until it can be shown through environmental studies and all of the criterias that it may be suitable. Many may not be, so that may not be the issue. So in this case, it was provided through the environmental reports and stuff that it does provide a suitable developable area that meets the intent of the zoning official plan and the provincial policies.
I kind of know about open space because I live beside some here on Moose Lake.
Okay.
And of course, it's not buildable. It's just a strip. And there's been quite a bit of controversy over the years, but I think it's settled now in regard to docks going in there. So,
But again, this is what had to meet all these requirements with the setbacks.
yeah, I understand that. That's what I said. It's not a buildable site
Exactly.
where I live. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor Kennedy, did you want to add anything? 'Cause I do have a mover and a seconder for the resolution. I'm just,
I just want clarification then on the open space zoning. It permits only public or private parkland with the 2 accessory buildings. So was the intent in 1977, did we have actually parkland dedicated as part of the new OP going forward that time, or was this the terminology used in 1977 to indicate parkland?
That's a great question, Deputy Mayor. Staff would have to look at that. We're not exactly sure the original intent of the zoning back in 1977. We'd have to see if our records even indicate that.
I realized it before you were born, Jeff. So I'm not looking for a recollection. I did just a point of clarification. Is that an old term that has now been replaced by parkland? That was all. Thank you.
and parkland dedication doesn't always mean it's going to be a park. Like, it is a bit of a financial transaction between, and we can take that money and then put it towards existing parks, et cetera. So likely the sales of that, the proceeds of that property went back to the municipality. Jeff, do you want to speak to that?
Yeah, and I just wanted to comment on that, to Deputy Mayor's comments. I would happily go back and take a look, but regardless, if these lands were conveyed to the municipality as parkland, in 1998, the municipality declared these lands surplus and sold them. So at that time, the council in 1998 decided that the lands were no longer needed if it was indeed park. So I just wanted to bring that point up.
Thanks, Jeff. That's a good point.
Okay, Councillor Smith.
Thank you. I'm very sympathetic to the Riegers in terms of this situation. They paid $140,000 for a lot in 1998 that the municipality declared surplus. In 1999 or year 2000, they could have bought a very nice lot over on the West Shore for $125,000. That was, some of those lots were superior to this one. So the suggestion that they got a deal in 1998, as some of these submissions have said, is just doesn't bear the, it's not consistent with the evidence in terms of the alternatives that were available to them. They've been paying taxes on this property since 1998. As staff have noted, in the official plan dating as far back as 2002, this was designated as developable property. If the late Mr. Rieger was that concerned about keeping it natural, he had certainly had many years to make that arrangements so that it would be kept in that state if that was actually his intention. So I think we have to look at the facts. As I noted earlier, the site plan agreement that will come forward on our council agenda a little later today is extremely rigorous. Those concerned about seeing a natural shoreline when they go into this bay are going to continue to see a natural shoreline. In fact, the conditions of that site plan agreement are far stricter than the draft of the county's shoreline protection bylaw. It would allow a 5-meter wide pathway down to the lake. That county one said you could have put rock or concrete on that 5-meter wide path we wanted. This is only 2 meters wide. It has to be permeable surface, so wood chips or some type of small gravel. There's a lot of sensitivity, a lot of commitment that the Riegers have arranged for based on the expert judgment that they've secured through the environmental assessment and so forth. But I am concerned this morning that we follow the due process so we don't open a door to appeal on a technical basis. And Chris was starting to go through all of the submissions that have been received, and he was sort of cut off in that and hasn't been able to complete that. I'm concerned that if we don't allow that process to continue, somebody who did take the time and within their rights to make a submission could feel shortchanged. And my suggestion is that we complete that process before we proceed to a vote.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Smith, for that. And the only reason I did not feel I cut Chris off, I just diverted. This file is not closed. We have not voted. I thought that it would be fair to let Chris go through what the application was, and we had a delegate waiting in the wings, and it might have cleared up some of the answers. One of the reasons I did suggest deferral at the end is sometimes when we have a file with a lot of comment, planning department is able to go through in a sort of chart-like format. This is the question from Mrs. Jones. These bullet point, these are the concerns, and these are how the concerns have been addressed in a chart-like format. And we haven't had time to really be able to do that because some of them came in yesterday. And I don't know about you, but I try to read my agenda package, Friday, redo it again Saturday, a quick review Monday morning, but not Monday at 8 o'clock at night. So, so for the sake of the fact that we do have a mover and a seconder, which I haven't read, but we'll hold that we may be able to pass it today. I will go back to Chris. I know we have two people that will be able to hear us, but they are not been brought into the meeting. We had a delegation's time at 9:30 and another one at 9:45. So I apologize to those two delegates that we are behind. That's just the way it goes. So I'm going to turn it back to Chris to summarize the ones that we didn't get through, and then I will take it to vote.
Thank you. So now I'm just trying to find my spot. I think I pretty much summarized quickly of all the last ones. Typically through the Planning Act, as they are submitted, we've included them all as part of the package, and typically, summarizing to be heard, as long as you're addressing or at least validating those concerns. So I'm just taking a look here to see.
Just for a reminder, Chris, I was taking notes as you were going through them. The last one that you actually named was Alan Wingler.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you.
Yeah, so to conclude that one, yeah, we've already discussed that they mentioned that there are some open space left, but not very many. And let's see here. Okay, so then the other one, the next one would be Elizabeth Boxall, which is opposed to the application. The land is up for rezoning, for the rezoning, and they are against it as it is one of the few remaining quiet bays. Back in the 80s, a study was done by the MNR with results advising then the lake was at capacity. Since then, there has been 350 more lots built on the lake. The lake will not sustain more building. Being a permanent resident since 2002, I've seen noticeable decline in the water quality. We need to look at more preservation of the whatever green space is available on the lake. And so just to sort of address that one a little bit too, is that as we mentioned earlier, as the lake is not at capacity, that's through the official plan and studies that have been done to incorporate it into the official plan. So that has been sort of addressed through the review of the process of the application. The next one is Julie and Steve Carnochan, and they are opposed to the application. They feel that it should remain open space that was originally meant to be. As far as they're concerned, it was not meant to be a new development on the lakeshore due to the environmental issues, water quality, and the natural environment of Kinesis. Marie Rose and Diane Vizcakin is, again, expresses concerns without prejudice to the property owners, just converting open space to support additional development on the shores of Canisius Lake will negatively impact the already deteriorating natural environment. There's clear evidence of water quality is declining. Additional development will simply place additional pressure in a time where the increasing utilization of waterfront properties from both commercial rental use as well as permanent lifestyle changes with the outcome of the pandemic. Also noteworthy is the case of the water levels, which are low in the area. And so birds and everything have been nesting in that bay. They did include a photo, which I've included to the agenda package, just for council's review. Paul Roger Jones is opposed to the application. The lot was purchased to preserve the open space located between Violet and Elmhurst Lane. They discuss about that there's a clear hydro cut a little ways with an underwater crossing north of the back bay, about 1/3 of the way from Violet Lane. There's a low point in the road where they've witnessed wildlife coming and going to the back bay. So 2 well-defined routes for wildlife that go to the back bay. Trying to see, and they just talk about utilizing that back bay as well. And how the therefore both sides of the road, open space extends with occasional road on the lake on the south side that, again, is just used for the wildlife passage as well. The open space on both sides of Wilkinson was to be kept as open space in the agreement between old Mr. Rieger and the owner to the south of Birchie Lake Properties. And then they've just discussed of how they enjoyed the back bay as a quiet recreational area for sailing, canoeing, fishing, walking in the open space. And then we get to the Margaret Rieger, which I've identified earlier, how she addresses their ties to the community. They've been very supportive member of the KLCOA ever since been involved in the community for decades. And they've done a lot of great things. A few years back when Heinz held the winning ticket for the hospital's Cash for Care, they donated half of the $20,000 back to the hospital. So they just talk about the ties and to the community, how it holds a very special place to their family, and how they want to maintain the beauty, character, and sustainability of the area and the lake, and just about the growing family that they need, a cottage that will accommodate the growing family as well. So, and that concludes the outstanding comments.
Okay, well, thank you for concluding that. And I think this has been a long file to go through, but a good process. And I do have a mover and a seconder, and I'm going to read the resolution and call for a vote. Councillor Smith.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, just before you do that, I wanted to make a couple of comments. I think this is a challenging process. In some ways, this is kind of pitting neighbor against neighbor. We've seen some of the emotion. These people, live beside each other, and it's unfortunate that has to be the way it is, but that's the way the process works, and it allows for public input and so forth. If there's been a mistake in this situation, in my opinion, it was in 1998 when council declared this land surplus and sold it. That was terribly unfortunate, because at that time it was probably the only sizable piece of public property on the lake that could have been preserved with that public ownership, and therefore kept entirely in its natural state in the public interest. But council of the day decided to sell it. And when you sell something, control of it goes to the buyer. And this family has owned it for 23 years now, paid taxes on it for all that time. And, and as a landowner they're making changes based on their interests and still complying with all of the environmental regulations and everything else. We've been told this morning, Kinesis is not at capacity. Councilors will remember it was only a couple of months ago that we actually approved the elimination of a lot on Soap Pond Road, where 2 lots which had been approved for 2 distinct developments were consolidated into 1. So there's actually 1 less lot now than there used to be, with that. In 2002, we indicated in our official plan that this was a developable lot. This Rieger property was developed as a seasonal residence. And again, there was no objection from the Lake Association or the public at that time. As I said, it's unfortunate. With the benefit of hindsight, the council shouldn't have sold this property. They should have kept it for public land and maybe turned it into a park or something, kept it very natural. But they didn't. And I think we need to respect the Riegers and all of the work that they have done, all of the money that they have spent going through this process and environmental reviews and so forth. And again, I'd highlight the rigor of that site plan agreement. I would argue from observation and what I've seen in that site plan, when you go through it line by line, it is more rigorous than any other lot on Kinesis, probably than any other lot, frankly, within Dysart. And, we should be proud that staff was able to work with the Riegers and their agents to ensure that that site plan agreement has the discipline to it, and hopefully it will be enforced as such forever and ever going forward. So, with that, even as I said, with the reservations of the problem of pitting neighbor against neighbor, with the fact that a mistake was made in 1998 when it was sold, I believe that the right thing for us to do right now is to support this request and allow it to go forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And I would caution using the word mistake. A decision was made. We weren't there. We weren't sitting at the table. A decision was made. We don't know the rationale behind the decision. That's a lot of money, council. We don't know what they did with it, but a decision was made in the past. Let's carry on. Councilor, moved by Councilor Donaldson, seconded by Councilor Clark. Be it resolved, can't even speak. Be it resolved that report number ZA 2021-002 Rieger/Kinesis Lake, which consists of concession 2, part lots 13 and 14, enclosed road allowance plan 370, block C, plan 19R 6886, parts 1, 2, and 4 in the geographic township of Havelock, municipality of Dysart et al. Be received for information, and the council directs the bylaw be brought forward for consideration during its March 23rd, 2021 regular meeting, and the council recommends approval of the proposed bylaw 2021-13. All in favor? Any opposed? Councilor Wood Roberts' screen is frozen, so just one opposed. So that does carry. And I'm going to adjourn the public meeting and call for a 10-minute recess so we can all grab something to drink and whatnot. And I apologize again to the delegates delegations that are waiting in the wings of our schedule. So I need a mover and second to adjourn this public meeting. Councillor Donaldson, seconded by Councillor Smith. Be it resolved that council hereby adjourns the public meeting at 10:32 a.m. and reconvenes the regular meeting of council. All in favor? Okay, that carries. So we will now take a 10-minute recess, and just you can turn your screens off and your be on mute. Thank you. Okay. Okay, so we're ready to go. Okay. Okay, so we are back in session and we're going to bring forward our delegation. And again, I apologize for the time delay. Hi, Dave. How are you? You can unmute. Don't forget to unmute, Dave.
Sorry, I knew it this.
That's okay. That's okay. And even when you're not new at it, we all do it now and again. So again, yeah, sorry for the delay. So I will let you take us through your report or your.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor Roberts, Deputy Mayor Kennedy, council and staff. I thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I am representing the Haliburton Lake Cottagers Association, the Percy Lake Cottagers Association, and the Fort Irwin Residents Association today in a request to have the roads in the Haliburton Lake, Ross Lake, and Percy Lake environs posted at 50 kilometers per hour as per by an approved bylaw. As per the Highway Traffic Act, Section 128 and subsections 1 and 11 and Regulation 615 of the Highway Traffic Act. I'm just going to quickly go through my presentation that I've sent to you. In the run-up to the last municipal election, the HLCA hosted an all-candidates meeting for the candidates running for the position of Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and Councillor of Ward 5. One of the most talked about topics during that presentation were the speed of traffic and the safety concerns on the roads in and around Haliburton, Percy, and Ross Lake. Since that meeting, a number of people have taken up year-round residence, and an increase with that, and with that comes an increase in traffic and the speed at which that traffic is traveling. Commenting on a roads needs study conducted for Dysart during the HLCA AGM this past September, Mayor Roberts noted that Haliburton Lake had won the prize for the busiest road in Dysart. A second traffic study was also conducted with a speed analysis last year on the Haliburton Lake Road, and the traffic counters clocked some vehicles traveling in excess of 100 kilometers per hour. Last year, with the assistance of Councillor McKechnie and Deputy Mayor Kennedy and Dysart Roads, the HLCA FIRA associations initiated a community safety sign program. We paid for and installed with posts made available by Dysart Roads, community safety signs asking people to slow down and kind of be on the lookout for pedestrians and cyclists. The plan was received or had been received with a great number of positive comments inside and outside of the Haliburton Lake community. But even with those measures in place, the speed and volume of traffic still create a grave concern for pedestrians, cyclists, and even other motorists traveling on these roads. Couple that with even more people making the move here during the COVID, and a marked increase of trades vehicles, delivery trucks, and renovators to the new Grief developments on Haliburton and Percy and Oblong Lakes. This has become a year-round issue, not just a summer issue. The three organizations have been involved in long-term discussions with Councillor McKechnie regarding this topic and the need to have the speed limit posted. Mayor Roberts and Director of Works or Public Works, Rob Camelon, have also been made aware of the concerns through Councillor McKechnie and other folks independently. Recently, on the suggestion of Rob, we were asked for the number of signs we were requesting to achieve an idea of what we were looking for. Based on that request, I pulled out the Highway Traffic Act and studied Section 128 of the Ontario Highway Traffic Act and the Ontario Traffic Manual Book number 5, as well as reaching out to a couple of roads engineers and the police for some clarification. The attached map was created using the data in the manuals to plot the required signage, making the posted speed limit of 50 kilometers an hour legally enforceable by the police service. This same procedure was completed on the Harborne Road a few years ago, following a request from the OPP to the County of Haliburton. And that was to have the road signed legally and properly under the Highway Traffic Act so that it could be enforced, speed limits could be enforced on that road. In order to achieve this goal, first a bylaw would need to be passed, and that's based on Regulation 615 of the Highway Traffic Act by council. Following the passing of the bylaw, signage would have to be posted to meet the Highway Traffic Act Section 128. The bylaw is permitted to be area specific, and we are requesting that it cover the roads in the Haliburton Lake, Percy Lake, and Ross Lake, specifically being Curry Road, Dignan Road, Dunn Road, Haliburton Lake Road, Hodson Road, Johnson Bay Road, Percy Lake Road, and Ross Lake Road, Sullivan Road. I won't go into the Highway Traffic Act portion of it because you guys can see that. I will state that it is 50 kilometers an hour. Speed limit is 50 kilometers an hour, even if it's posted or not. Within a local municipality or a built-up area. But that is kind of a gray area. When people don't see speed limit signs, they tend to figure there is no speed limit. And that's kind of why we have gone with the Highway Traffic Act and the Ontario the Ontario Traffic Manual Book number 5. I'd be happy to take any questions if anybody has any.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Dave. And yes, I remember that quote that I said it takes the prize, but not sure it's a prize that you wanted to have. And it's a lovely road, and it's is definitely a well-traveled road. So I'm just going to turn it over to Rob if he wants to make any comments at this point.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Dave, for your presentation. So you and I have talked about this more than once, and it's nice to see it progressing. I guess just to emphasize or re-emphasize a conversation you and I had, my concern with this would be, although it's a full solution you've presented, and it's something if council wants to proceed, you know, it's relatively easily done through bylaw, done through some signage, that type of thing. My biggest concern would be on the what I'll call the front end between the two Curry roads is 50 kilometers an hour a reasonable speed limit. You know, we can post it, we can put signs up, you know, as often as we want. Doesn't mean people are going to drive the road to that limit. But as you have said in the past, if the signs are up, at least it's enforceable. You know, it does put the onus on the OPP. It does take some of the onus off of the municipality if everything is in play. So I guess where I'm at now is through you, Madam Mayor, if council wishes to pursue this, I would recommend that staff bring a report to the committee meeting next month for further discussion. I know speeding has been top of mind for many for at least 2 years. I don't even know how many requests or how many phone calls I've had on speeding, but this is the first time I can recall where somebody has come forward with a full solution for an area. We've had people come forward requesting speed bumps, pedestrian signage, you know, a 50 sign here, a 50 sign there. This is the first one that I can recall where the delegate has actually read the Highway Traffic Act. They provided mapping. We have a pretty good idea where the signage is going to go. That's something I would need to confirm. But if that's the will of council, and I agree, we need to do something. I don't know what the right answer is. We can put lots of signs up. I'm not sure it's going to make the people drive slower, but as Dave has said, if the signs are up, at least the OPP has a fighting chance on enforcement.
Yeah, and I absolutely, and I agree with what you said, Rob, there in terms of the, Dave, the work that you have put into this and the fact you're representing 3 organizations. You've really taken the time to bring us a fulsome solution. Dave, go ahead.
Sorry, just to add to that, I was speaking with Detachment Commander Leanne Sprong last week, and Leanne was actually excited to hear that this proposal was going forward, that it's something that, you know, they can actually get their claws into, not that they're going to be there every day or every week or even every month, but that there's, if it does same as the Harborne Road, if they can get something where they can legally charge people and take it to a court of law, then that is a positive move on their behalf.
Okay. Deputy Mayor Kennedy?
Yeah, thanks. Applaud your efforts here, Dave. And I know it's been a contentious issue for ages. Just wondering, how did you arrive at 50K instead of say 60K?
I actually, it is 50 kilometers an hour on a road within a municipality in a built-up area. That's how we came at that. I mean, we're not asking you to change the speed limit to 60 or to 40, and they frown upon any of the fives. By the way, if you read that act, it says that 55 or 45. That's not a doable. It has to be in tens. But it was just really to reemphasize the fact that it is 50. That's the way the Highway Traffic Act reads.
In the built-up area, another
Yes.
area it's at 80, right? So that's the area. So you just keep doing a continuation then. Okay.
Yes.
That's fine. Thanks.
And as Rob pointed out, there's that one section that we have wondered about from the first Curry Road to the second Curry Road. So Halburn Lake Road. I don't know. I can't, you guys will know how many kilometers it is. I'm going to guess like 3-ish or so. Is that built up? Probably not. So do you section that differently or just call it 50 anyway? That one little section.
Rob,
Rob?
I mean, if the sign's there and it's bylaw, that's the speed limit. I'm not saying we can't go back and revisit this if there are issues. Right now, the saving grace for that road is it's pretty rough. You probably don't want to go more than 50 up there. But at some point it will be resurfaced and, they will be going more than 50 if there's no signs, for sure.
So we do have a resolution that does suggest, as Rob had said earlier, that the staff return to the committee of the whole with a report on the work and the costs associated with this initiative. Councillor Smith?
Thank you. And Dave, thanks for the presentation. As has been noted, very thoughtful. I've got, Rob, if you're going to bring a report back, I'm hoping it's broader and doesn't just respond to this presentation, but maybe gives us an update on the whole community safety zone concept that you've talked about previously. Because as we know, speeding is a pervasive issue across our community. This area happens to have some very active, lake associations, and Dave can come forward as a representative of them. But I'll point to another road that I've talked about in the past, and Dave, you may be familiar with it, Green Lake Road. It's about maybe 3 kilometers long. It's not a very long stretch of road, but at both ends of the road, there's a sign there that says the maximum speed is actually 40 kilometers an hour. And then in combination with those posted speed limit signs, people who live along that road, particularly during the summertime when the weather's nice, there are several homemade signs on people's front yard encouraging traffic to slow down. And yet, our traffic count study shows that 85% of it, or more than 85% of the vehicles are speeding when they go down that road, despite the signs. And so that experience with that short stretch of road, and I get more complaints from residents living on that road about speeding than any other part of the community I represent. And so signs in themselves are not going to solve the problem. You're right, the OPP will occasionally be able to do some enforcement, but our experience is even when residents call the OPP and tell them to get out there, they don't have the resources or whatever, or doing other priorities, and so it doesn't happen very often. So we need other solutions than just signs, I guess, is where I'm coming from, and that's where I'm really anxious that we get an update in terms of that community safety zone concept and other strategies that we might be able to pursue, because sticking up 28 signs here, is not going to solve the problem, unfortunately.
Yeah, thank you. Rob, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And Councillor Smith, I think you're referring to the speed area zones as opposed to community safety zones. So community safety zones basically double the fines, for established speed zones. With the speed area, it's, from our perspective, it has its good points and its bad points. The good point is you can designate an area, for example, Halliburton Lake, we could put a sign up at the bridge at Oblong, for instance, that says the speed area begins. And we can put a sign coming out at the Oblong Bridge saying the speed area ends. And in essence, anything beyond those signs is 40 kilometers an hour. They cannot be 50 by regulation. They need to be 40. So the problem with that is now you have all these roads that are posted 40 kilometers an hour, which people probably won't respect, certainly on the front end of Curry, between the two Curries. But there's no specific requirement to place additional signage beyond there. So the onus is on the driver for the 13 kilometers of road or whatever it is, for them to realize that they're still in a 40 kilometer an hour zone, even though it's not signed. There's nothing to say that we couldn't place additional signage, but there's nothing in the regulation to say we have to do that. So from an enforcement standpoint, yes, the 50 kilometer an hour is better because the signs are placed every kilometer and a half, we'll say. So there's consistent signage, but from our standpoint, it's just, you know, for lack of a better word, easier to deem something a speed area and just post it at 40 and walk away. But you're still going to have the enforcement issue, and you're still going to have the complaints because there's no signage.
Okay, so for the sake of today, we're just looking at Dave's request here, and we do have a resolution regarding that. Rob will also probably include in his report. Dave, you might have heard that we did put it in our budget to do some speed radar signs, which are flashing signs that, yeah, so that definitely that area would be one for a location that we would put one of those. So do I have a mover and second to Councillor McKechnie?
Yeah, I'd like to make a comment. What I don't understand about Councillor Smith's comments there, where every ward has issues in regard to this issue here, speeding, and the people in Halliburton Lake are tired of it, and they want to do something, and there's no signs up there. And to say that signs don't work, you know, sure, I agree. Everybody's not going to abide by them, but to me, it's pretty discouraging. At least Halliburton Lake, Percy Lake, and the fear of people are going to know that their associations are at least trying to bring it out, the awareness of that there is a serious problem up there before somebody does get hurt. So I would like to see it passed today, because it's long overdue, and there's other areas, maybe Green Lake Road. But as Mr. Smith says, he doesn't believe, I guess the signs are going to help. So maybe save the money there. Don't put any on Green Lake Road. Give us some more up at Halliburton Lake.
Do you want to move the resolution?
Yeah, I'd move
Is that
it.
what you're doing? Okay. Do I have a seconder? Deputy Mayor Kennedy seconding? Okay. Be it resolved that council acknowledges receipt of the presentation by Dave Freeman regarding the request for a posted maximum speed of 50 kilometers an hour on roads in Halliburton, Percy, and Ross Lake areas, and further direct staff to return to the committee of the whole with a report on the work and costs associated with this initiative. All in favor? Okay, and that's carried. Thank you so much, Dave.
Thank you all for your time.
Yep, take care.
Yes, bye now.
Bye-bye. Okay, so we have another delegation. We'll bring them in. Rick West. Wait, they get on screen. Okay, we're just bringing in, I see Rick Wesselman, who's the president of the Dragon Spruce Lake Property Owners Association, and Jim Miners, who is vice president. So again, apologies for the delay in your slotted time, but these things happen at council sometimes.
Understand. And good morning, Mayor Roberts, councillor staff. Thank you for the opportunity for the Dragon Spruce Lakes Property Association to present information about an invasive aquatic plant present in Dysart et al. And together with a plan that to control the spread within our lakes. As Mayor Roberts mentioned, my name is Rick Wesselman. My co-delegate is Jim Miners. I'm the president of the association. Jim is the vice president, and also leading the one of the co-leads of the working group that we've formed to deal with Eurasian milfoil. And both of us have been part of the working team to understand and control this invasive weed in our lakes. At this point, I'm going to hand over the reins of the presentation to Jim. I'm going to drive the charts strictly from a bandwidth availability perspective. So let me turn on my screen share. And it's this one. Okay. Just confirm that you're not watching anything other than my my PowerPoint presentation. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And take it away, Jim.
Thank you, Rick, and thank you, Mayor Roberts and Deputy Mayor Kennedy and all the councillors and staff that are present. We need to start by saying that neither Rick nor I claim to be scientists, but we are using our interest in the science of invasive species and the research and experience of others across North America to combat Eurasian milfoil in our lakes. The AAA plan that we are presenting for your consideration today is one that we have been developing over the past 5 years since first becoming aware of the presence of this weed in our lakes. The first A in our AAA plan is awareness. It begins with personal awareness and continues to making all others aware who can be impacted by the weed or whose actions and behavior could contribute to the growth and spread of the weed. Last fall, 3 members of Dysart Council attended the DSLPOA AGM. Our working group presented an update on last year's control activities and membership with an appeal to contribute to our Eurasian Water Milfoil Fund. CHA, Dysart Council, and all Dysart Lake Association leaders have been invited to attend a Zoom presentation on March 28th for information purposes. Property owners and visitors are becoming aware through their lake association, through print media and social media. Frenchman's Bay in Pickering is a very good example of how the news about Eurasian water milfoil spreads. Fishing and water sports enthusiasts can be made aware through their networks, such as the HHOA, the marinas that they visit, their bait shops, retail outlets, and friends. Municipalities, such as Dysart, could include information with their tax notices, on their websites, or through signage at municipally owned waterfront property. Making people aware is as easy as giving them a few simple steps to identify the weed. This is a slide that we have shared with our property owners as part of our awareness program on Drag and Spruce Lakes.
Are you looking for me to change the chart, Jim, or? I think I've advanced.
I think so, yes. Thank you. The second A in our AAA plan is action. With a simple identification aid, everyone who is on the water or near the water can be enlisted to identify the weed if they see it growing, floating on the surface, washed ashore, or entangled on a boat, trailer, or their gear. Reporting to the Lake Association is needed to trigger verification. Determination of the best control method, if it is the weed, is key to avoiding growth and spread. Improper action by individuals can lead to more rapid spread. Some control methods require permits. For example, deployment of matting in public areas, such as Harris Beach and Drag Lake, requires OMNRF approval. and use of herbicides requires both federal and provincial environmental approval. Control activities such as matting and harvesting must be performed during a 6-week window between the middle of July and the end of September to avoid disruption of the fish spawning cycles for bass and lake trout. Next slide, Rick. Eradication is an unlikely achievement, either naturally or with assistance. Control, on the other hand, is an achievable outcome, if only to the nuisance level. Most control techniques are temporary, requiring a repeat cycle determined by the size of the outbreak and attractiveness of the lake bed. Highest degrees of control seem to have been achieved by combining control techniques in a management program. DSL-POA has experience with coconut fiber matting in deep water, and when I say deep, I mean about 10 meters, and is planning this summer to test hand harvesting in shallow water. In other words, water in which you could stand with waders. Next slide. Engaging property owners and lake visitors to take action is essential. Sourcing experienced expert help is expensive, but also essential. Being proactive with actions, including fundraising, is critical. If permits are required, we have found that up to 9 or 10 months lead time might be possible. Next slide. Success is achievable with a full team effort. Dedicated leadership will keep the team on task and on track. Using volunteers is important, or we risk losing them or losing their interest. Keeping fundraising going is important so that larger grants are possible and future surprise outbreaks can be targeted. Next slide. The third A in our plan is avoiding. Every fragment that can be avoided or captured is one that can't be the beginning of the next outbreak. Establishing a culture of good behavior aimed at avoiding the creation or spreading of fragments is a key program element. There is no room for either complacency or panic. Misinformation is not helpful and must be met with documented actions and outcomes. The weed can be a problem if it is out of control in areas near owned waterfront or areas used for public recreation or fishing. Lake management plans can combine controlling the weed and encouraging welcome native plants in its place. No one benefits from reduced property values. Dysart has worked to establish its reputation as a destination of choice for tourists across all demographics. Taking proactive action against this invasive species will affirm that choice for those who are knowledgeable in environmental issues. And the last one, the last thing I want to say on this slide is a question. Does any municipality want to give up even 5% of its tax base without a fight? On our last slide, we're trying to suggest that there are ways that we could work together. Dysart owns 3 municipal boat launches and 2 municipal beaches on Dragon Spruce Lakes. These 5 locations need signs to warn of the weed's presence, to help people identify the weed, to help people know how to dispose of fragments and to remind them about boat and trailer cleaning as they take their boats out of the water. DSLPOA could use assistance with purchasing. We would like to discuss whether Dysart could improve our net pricing and delivery of items such as the coconut fiber matting we use, the river rock that we use, ropes, chains, and even containment curtains. All of these are possibilities, and well, they're not possibilities. These are the items that we're using. The possibilities are that perhaps you could help us with bulk purchase discounts, HST rebates for which we don't qualify, and you might even be able to maintain an inventory of these items that we could draw from. DSLPOA will need a partner for some grant applications that require either municipal or charitable status. We're a not-for-profit, but we are not charitable. RBC is one example of a foundation that has this requirement, and there are others for sure. The role and donation split in each of these grants would depend on the individual grant criteria. The last two items are pointing back specifically at Dysart. We believe that Dysart has a duty to educate their staff regarding the identification, collection, and disposal of weed fragments on their property. DSLPOA is prepared to share our experience, perhaps in exchange for a donation to our EWM fund, Eurasian Water Milfoil Fund, during 2021. We also feel that Dysart has a duty to monitor its waterfront properties for evidence of Eurasian water milfoil and clear and dispose of all fragments. We would encourage this on a bi-weekly basis between June 1st and September 30 at all 5 locations owned by Dysart on our lakes. This is reasonable, we think, because of increased boat traffic during that period. DSLPOA could perform these tasks in 2021. Again, we would hope that there would be a donation to our Eurasian Water Milfoil Fund also during 2021. That completes our presentation, but we're certainly happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Jim, for that. And I saw the fulsome report, and I believe Councillor Smith and Councillor Clark were on your meeting where we saw the more fulsome report on this issue. So I think I might actually turn to Tamara on this, just to surprise you. The resolution that I have is just basically receiving the presentation, but what staff member, how would we take this further? And with the requests that came just at those last slides, and also what do we currently have on our signage for the Love Your Lake, or not Love Your Lake, Explore Your Lake?
Basically, we have information about invasive species, but not specific to the milfoil. We could have a report come back to the next meeting regarding the requests, especially with regard to the staff's time and so forth as well. I'm not sure if the council would be looking to just focusing on Drag Lake, or if they'd be looking at broader policy throughout the municipality, or so we'd have to have that discussion as well, or get that direction from council.
Yeah, because in the resolution, there isn't any sort of further direction to take this. And then there's been a financial request too, so we'd have to consider that as well. You didn't state specifically, Jim or Rick, what the financial request dollar-wise would be, but I suppose it depends what we decide. So whether it be partnering or purchasing materials or helping with signage, it might be a selection. So I think we just need to add something to the resolution that I have. Any questions for our delegates? Questions from the floor? Councillor Clark, please.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. Jim, are you familiar with any other lakes in Dysart that are experiencing the Eurasian milfoil?
directly familiar with only one that has, that I'm aware of that has indicated they are, and that's Kashagawigamog. My belief is there are very few lakes in Dysart. In fact, there are very few lakes in all of Haliburton County that don't have Eurasian water milfoil somewhere.
Okay, so this is something that's coming up. And again, through you, Madam Mayor, to Tamara, I don't know that we've got clear definition on the township's role in support of environmental issues like this in lake health. It may be something that you may want to consider, talk to Rob Cameron's department about. But I think we have to get a clear definition in terms of what their role is for the township in supporting these and kind of how we support the lakes and these environmental issues. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Jim, and then Tamara. Yeah.
If I could make one comment, Councillor Clark, we are asking nothing more of Dysart than we are asking of the 542 other property owners in Dragon Spruce Lakes, who have 50% of them have now contributed $41,000 towards our cause. And we have many volunteers among that group who are willing to get out and help with all of the activities that we're doing directed at Eurasian water milfoil. It's not in dispute, I'm sure, that you do own 5 properties on our 2 lakes. And we think you do have, as I said in the presentation, a duty to do what we're asking all property owners to do, which is be aware of this weed and help us control the weed.
Yeah, good point. Rick and then Tamara.
So through the mayor, just to actually complete the response to Councillor Clark's question about the other lakes. Last summer, it was identified near the around the boat launch at Head Lake as well. We have positive confirmation of that. As you know, that's an extremely busy area for boats coming in and out. And I'll say from a COVID analogy, it's that area has to be assumed to be a super spreader in terms of the weed being carried to other locations within the municipality.
Mm-hmm. Tamara, and then I believe Councillor Smith might have had a hand.
I can say off the top of my head that unless council wants to increase staff, we don't have staffing to go inspect even 5 lots bi-weekly for this, and don't have staff trained, as you mentioned, even recognize it or know how to deal with it. Have you discussed this with the county at all? Either they do have a weed inspector. I don't know if that transfers into the lake invasive species as well, but they may have some information that's relevant that could work into this conversation as well. For this year, if you're wanting to go ahead, are you perhaps looking for, outside of the donation request, or maybe it ties together, permission from Dysart for your lake association to access our properties to do those inspections? On our like.
Go ahead, Jim.
I think that the inspection of your properties on these 2 lakes will take place whether we ask it to or not, because we have activated an army of people who understand how to find Eurasian water milfoil, and they don't want it on their waterfront, so they're helping get rid of it anywhere they find it. When I say get rid, I mean just clean it up and get it out of the water where there are fragments. The issue of people pulling weeds from the lake at large is not something that we're encouraging. This has to be approached in a definite, organized fashion, using proper techniques and avoiding removing anything from the lake that is natural and native and you want to have there. So it's a fine balance.
Right. Mallory, maybe you could, and Councillor Smith, did you have your hand up? You did. Okay. Mallory, maybe you can help me word on find the words to add to the resolution, and just to, because basically it just says we're receiving the presentation, and I just want to make sure that it comes back for
I think she needs to know what it is council's wanting next step.
Yeah.
Like we need to clarify that. Like, what do you want us to report back on? Like that's what I'm saying. I can tell you off the top of your head unless if council directs us to go look at the staff or cost of staffing to do those inspections, we can do that. If council wants us to work with the Lake Association to get these reports, we can do that. What is the desire of council?
Well, I would think that it's sort of a chicken and egg.
Yeah.
We need to give staff some direction to have a report, and then sometimes there's implications behind that report. If we do this, and because we do signage at the boat launches, but not, I believe, on Spruce Lake where it's not a boat launch. Like I put a kayak in there. I don't believe there's an actual sign there. So if we're adding signage, it would cost this much. If we're asking staff to do this, it would be that. So first we need a staff report on and maybe they can contact back to Jim and Rick to get a little bit more specific of what they're asking for. Councillor Smith, I'll turn it over to you, and then Mallory.
Yep. Yeah, thank you. And both to Jim and Rick, thanks not only for the presentation today, which is a terrific way of increasing awareness, but the program you're doing, I think it's this coming Saturday, for all lake associations to help spread the word, if you like, in terms of the degree of problem we've got here. But Madam Mayor, in terms of your direction to staff at this point, I'll go back to something as simple as signage. I had asked last fall about getting a sign at the Head Lake boat launch. When Rick has mentioned Super Spreader, but there's a very popular boat launch. I'm told, I'm no scientist myself, but I'm told that there's an infestation of the milfoil right there at those docks. And, with the number of boats that are in and out of there and onto other lakes, the generic sign that's kind of all over Ontario about don't spread invasive species, to me, isn't good enough. We need a specific sign that warns anybody who puts their boat in there that this lake is infested with the Eurasian milfoil. And therefore, here's what you need to do if you choose to put your boat in at Head Lake boat launch. When you come out, that sign needs to be specific, and we need to get that installed, by May of this year at Head Lake, and I think the guys are saying we need similar signage at other public boat launches in lakes where there's been a confirmation of the milfoil. So that would include the public boat launches at Dragon Spruce. That is a simple request. It's manageable, I think, from a cost point of view. We've certainly put other signage up at boat launches, but there's an urgent problem here, and I think that's a specific step that would help address it, at least reduce the spread going forward.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Smith. Mallory, were you able to find some kind of language or wording to, because we can't make a decision on that today when we don't know what the signs cost. We need some form of a staff report to come back. The staff may need to speak to Jim and Rick to get a little bit more clarity. So I would give them, and I believe the only one person staff I can even think of would be under their purview would be Andrew, who's not even in on this meeting right now. So I think we need a report to come back to the committee of the whole on, and in speaking with the two delegates here of what specifically, so that we can put some costs behind them and including staff time behind that. I think there's just a to do something, but
I thought we could add a line that directs staff to work with the Dragon Spruce Lakes Property Owners Association and return to committee of the whole with a report detailing costs and work associated with the request as outlined in the presentation, because there's a few requests in there, like a possible monetary gift, and we're not sure what the exact value of that would be. And because they have been doing a lot of work on this, they might be able to kind of give us advice on signage and stuff like that at our public boat launches. So,
right. Rick?
I just want to address I'll say that I'll call it our lack of request right now for actually a specific dollar amount, but I wanted to put some context into the cost of actually dealing with this invasive species. To put a dive team in the water to do coconut mats to cover them is approximately $10,000 a day. You need a I think the ministry requirements are a minimum of a 4-man dive team to deal with this, and then plus the material. So, I mean, it's our view as an association from a long-term, because this is a long-term battle. It's not sustainable to continue to go back to the individual property owners on the lakes themselves to fund all of this. So I think we're in reasonable shape for this year. We're still not at our goal to fund our 2021 activities, but this is going to be a repeating cycle year after year.
Okay. And, yes, there may be an urgency for this summer, but depending on, and also with the timing of our meetings, committee of the whole meeting takes place 2 weeks from today. It's very hard for staff to complete a report that has to be submitted the week before that. So that gives them from today a week to create a report. It might not come to our next committee of the whole meeting. I don't see how the time frame is possible. But I do think working with the two of you and getting a little bit more specific requests on what an example of the signage could be, et cetera, and we can then make further decision. Deputy Mayor Kennedy?
Yeah, thank you. I've been talking with Rick and Jim over this the last few months. If we get the cost on those signs, that would be the first step. I think we could bring that forward probably by committee of the whole. I think that's the first thing is part of the public education program. And I've spoken to this at the county level that tools in our toolbox, that we're not looking at this in a big enough way, that we should be looking at our water systems and not just shoreline protection or not shoreline cutting trees or whatever, but we need to look at all of it. And this is a county-wide thing. And I know I've talked to one of our more popular minnow harvesters, and he says that it's evident in a lot of places, whether it's the northern one or the Eurasian is subject to another discussion, but there is lots of evidence of milfoil here. So it is county-wide, it's not Dysart-wide, and I'd be more than happy to champion this at the upper level. Thank you.
Yeah, good point, Deputy Kennedy. So Mallory, with the addition of that, as I say, it could come back to council in stages. If there's only a part of the report, if Andrews has time to do some report for the next meeting, and if not, a more fulsome report. So do you mind reading the resolution, and then I'll ask for a mover and a seconder?
I will. Be it resolved that council acknowledges receipt of the presentation from Rick Wesselman and Jim Miners of the Dragon Spruce Lakes Property Owners Association regarding the ways to control the spread of Eurasian water milfoil in Dysart et al. Waterways, and further direct staff to work with the Dragon Spruce Lake Property Owners Association and return to the committee of the whole with a report on detailing the costs and work associated with the requests outlined in the presentation.
Okay, thank you so much for adding that. You've heard the resolution. Do I have a mover? Councillor Clark, and a seconder is Councillor Smith. And all in favor? And that's carried. Thank you, gentlemen, for your presentation. And I suspect Deputy Mayor Kennedy will be in touch regarding taking it to a sort of county level. Okay.
Andrea, could I ask Jim and Rick a quick question?
Go ahead.
Sorry, it hasn't got anything to do with this issue. First of all, thanks Jim and Rick for this helping out with this great making us aware issue we have. But do you have any concerns or any sightings of these Chinese snails? Eagle Lake and Moose Lake, where I'm on, we have quite a concern here. Matter of fact, our Lake Association is trying to get volunteers to learn how to get rid of them. So I don't know whether you had any sightings of that in your lakes there, spruce or drag.
So through the mayor, we have not seen any. I mean, we have a delegation going to the training. I believe it's in May sometime. So we have that training. We'll be going on that for CHA. But to date, to be honest, I don't think we know what we're looking for. Right now, a snail's a snail, but maybe after May 15th, we may have some more information on what specifically to look for.
They're quite large.
Okay.
Then thank you. Thank you.
Councillor Smith.
We can ask a question of Barbara. I think, this whole discussion and the cost of, fighting these invasive species. Councilor McKechnie's just mentioned another one that's on many of our lakes is very high. And I know, Barbara, that we have an arrangement with some organizations where they don't have charitable status in issuing tax receipts, but this time of year, many of us are collecting the receipts for donations we made in the past, and we get half the money back, from the federal and provincial authorities when we file our taxes. Could we, look at setting up an approach where when lake associations are doing fundraising, not for their general activities, but specifically to fight invasive species, where they're collecting significant donations, from their members or others, who could qualify for, getting half the money back when they file their income taxes. Could we collect those donations on behalf of the lake associations and issue those tax receipts to help financially without actually costing, our local taxpayers any money?
Go ahead, Barbara.
Yeah, so generally speaking, and based on these CRA regulations for the municipality to issue donation receipts, the municipality needs to have care and control of the event.
Yeah. It doesn't mean that we can't one of the requests was to lobby for county, provincial, or federal support. We've often helped that way. So if the association will qualify for a grant in some way, we write a supporting letter or something. We'll wait to get the report back from staff. As I say, it may come in stages because of the timeline. We might not get a fulsome report back for next committee of the whole, but we'll be on top of this, gentlemen, and I appreciate all the effort and work that you're putting into this serious invasive species problem that we have. So thank you so much for that. Move on to the portion of our meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we do have a very long day and we've only just at 11:30 here today. So we'll go fairly quickly through reports and recommendations from local agencies, boards, and committees. And I'll go through Harcourt, Tammy.
Yeah, there's nothing to report. That's the last one.
Okay, no problem. Councillor Smith, West Guildford.
Yeah, we're still operating with the pickleball is remains very active, and there'll be another board meeting next Monday. I've had suggestions from a number of community members now wondering about using this site as a COVID vaccination site. It's got pretty big rooms. It's got some small rooms. It's got multiple entrances and exits, and it also has an elevator for those in a wheelchair or a walker for access. So I'll just highlight that as something that's out there and ought to be considered. Thank you.
Thank you. And I can tell through our Deputy Mayor Kennedy can say every single facility that Dysart owns was considered and offered. It's up to HKPR to decide. So Rails End Gallery, Councillor Clark.
Yeah, a couple of good things happening there. They were featured on CBC National News a couple of weeks back with the Connections program featuring local artists. They're working quite actively with the Youth Hub in connection with search to engage youth in the wonderful world of art. And they're continuing to work on their YouTube channel stuff and broadcasting a lot of stuff around, art skills development there. So things are going well and looking forward to summer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. There is a resolution to acknowledge receipt, so I'll take a mover seconder for that. If I could, anyone? Deputy Mayor Kennedy and Councillor Smith. Be it resolved that Council acknowledges receipt of the March 2021 Rails End Gallery and Arts Centre report. All in favor? Okay, carried. BIA. Councillor Wood-Roberts.
We have a meeting next week.
Okay, and
hoping things move forward for summer.
Yes, and the parking meters will be being enforced as of April 1st. And also the announcement of the ability for us to, what is it called, for the licensing for patios. So we did have outdoor patios from McKex, and so just if the other restaurants in the area, make sure that they are aware of that. They just need to still get approval from us. Aging well. Nothing? No, didn't think so.
Nothing.
Okay, source protection. Upper Trent and the Halliburton Village Bioenergy Corp. No. Count Mallory?
You just didn't ask for Harvest Halliburton, but I don't know if there's anything.
Oh, I did, pardon me, yeah.
Yeah, we're probably looking at June before we have our next meeting, and we're doing a bit of a our driving staff are part of the health unit, and they're tied up with COVID. So.
Yeah, 80% of the health unit staff are been deployed to COVID.
Yeah.
Because there's still so many other things. I'm the board member for the health unit for the county. There are so many other things that the health unit still has to do, still other work. So it's been an incredible time for them for staffing. Okay, we'll move on to recommendations from the committee of the whole. And the recommendation is there. So I need a mover and a seconder. You'll note that it's with the exception of the landfill changes. I'm sorry, I saw a hand and I was looking away. It's Councillor Clark and second by Councillor Wood Roberts. Be it resolved that the recommendations from the March 9, 2021 meeting of the Dysart et al. Committee of Whole be adopted by Council with the exception of recommendation number 5, which is changes to landfill hours. All in favor? Okay, that's carried.
Sorry, just one other, have we called out the septic reinspection as a separate item? It's later in the agenda here, but
I think the bylaws in there. Let me just check.
well, it says in here that recommendation number 9 further recommends to council that the septic reinspection bylaw be approved as amended.
Which, yeah, so it's been brought forward to this meeting because council itself can approve it. So it's later in the agenda.
So we're not really approving it here. We're going to be approving it later.
That's
I
correct.
was just wondering if
Yeah.
Shouldn't it be called out just like we did item number 5?
I suppose we could. It was, but committee of the whole did recommend to approve it as amended, so that is true. So if the rest of council wants to take that out, we can. But the bylaw for its official resolution reading is further in the agenda.
That's my point exactly, that it's not being approved based on the committee of the whole. It will be dealt with later in this agenda as item number 5, the landfill hours will be.
Committee of the whole can recommend for bylaws to be approved as amended to council, and council can accept it. It is further in the agenda so that the public can see the changes that were made in the final version of the bylaw, and we will approve it by resolution later. So I wouldn't say that we need to pull it out, but it's up to council.
Yeah, all it says, Councillor Smith, is that it recommends to council that the septic reinspection bylaw be approved as amended. So we just approved the committee of the whole minutes, but the actual bylaw reading will be later in the, and you can speak to it when we get to the bylaw or vote accordingly. Okay. Good point though, good catch, but okay, I believe I did call the vote on that. Can someone remind me if I did? Yeah, thanks. I put that I did. I checked off that I did. Sometimes we do things. So now we're back into planning, and we'll bring back the planning staff. First item is the bylaw of the file that we reviewed this morning in our public meeting.
Yeah, so staff don't have anything further to add other than that our recommendation was for council to approve the application.
Okay, so any further questions on this, or else I will take a mover seconder. Councillor Clark, Councillor Donaldson. Be it resolved that bylaw 2021-13, being a bylaw to amend bylaw 2005-120 for the lands of Rieger, which would change the zone on the subject land from open space zone to residential waterfront 3, in order to permit a recreational residential waterfront use on the subject property as identified by the report zoning bylaw amendment 2021-002. Be read a first, second, third time, passed, signed, and the corporate seal attached thereto. All in favor? Okay, any opposed? Yes, okay. That carries. Oh, and the second is the site plan agreement. Any
That's
questions
correct.
to staff on that?
Yep, so that's correct. So this is for the file of SPA 2021-001, Lands of Rieger, for the site plan agreement. There is no circulation requirements through the Planning Act for a site plan agreement. Site plan agreement is a requirement of the concurrent zoning bylaw amendment, which we heard this morning. Staff will just give a brief description. The proposed application is being processed concurrently with the zoning bylaw amendment file ZA 2021-002, which is proposing to rezone the subject property located on Wilkinson Road, Canisius Lake, from open space to residential waterfront WR3 zone to permit a recreational residential development of a single dwelling unit, garage, septic system, and drilled well. As part of the process, the property is subject to the site plan control, which requires the owner to enter into the site plan agreement that will be registered on title. The site plan agreement is to ensure that the owner develops in accordance with the technical recommendations of the site evaluation report, as well as the proposed residential waterfront WR3 zone provisions and the site development plan. It's staff's opinion that the proposal is generally consistent with the provincial policy statement, conforms with the provisions of the municipal official plan, and recommend that council approve the application. If there's any questions.
Questions? No. Looking for mover seconder. Councillor Smith to move and seconded by Councillor Clark. Be resolved that report number SPA 2021-001 regarding a site plan application for Margaret J. Rieger on Canisius Lake be received for information, and that bylaw 2021-14 being a bylaw to authorize the execution of a site plan agreement with Margaret J. Rieger with respect to lands legally known as Concession 2, Part Lots 13 and 14, Closed Road Allowance, Plan 370, Block C, Plan 19R-6886, Parts 1, 2, and 4 in the geographic township of Havelock, Municipality of Dysart et al. Be ready first, second, and third time, signed, and the corporate seal attached thereto. All in favor? Okay, carried. Excellent. Okay, so the next is the water agreement with Gardens.
That's correct. So this is for the application related to bylaw 2021-16 to execute the drinking water responsibility agreement, and bylaw 17 to execute the site plan amending agreement for Gardens of Haliburton. There is no circulation requirements in the Planning Act for the drinking water responsibility or site plan agreement. Just a brief description that the owner is currently constructing the new retirement lifestyle residence will comprise of 2 phases of 120 units. As part of the proposed development, the applicant is required through the OMB decision to conduct a municipal class environment assessment to determine the preferred solution for water supply to the new retirement lifestyle resident facility. The class environment assessment was completed and approved by the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks. The application was also heard during the March 9th, 2021 Committee of the Whole meeting. A resolution was passed that the Committee of the Whole recommends that Council approve bylaws, the 2 bylaws for the drinking water responsibility agreement and for the site plan amending agreement for the lands of the Gardens of Haliburton Corporation. In addition, the developer has also requested that Council extend required MTO conditions as outlined in section 1G of the attached original site plan agreement. As those conditions are a requirement by the MTO, the municipality required authorization in order to extend those conditions. As such, staff have received comments from the MTO supporting the extension as outlined in their attached letter. Therefore, the following was added to the resolution for council, and that council grant developer a 12-month extension to satisfy the MTO conditions as per section 1G of the original site plan agreement. And that concludes presentation.
Okay, that's great that they got that letter from MTO because that wasn't in our control. Any questions to staff? I look forward to our site visit. So when they're up on Thursday, you can get them to get pick some dates that we can hopefully have a little walkthrough before they actually open. So I need a mover seconder. Councillor Clark, Councillor McKechnie. Be it resolved that report for the lands of Gardens of Haliburton Incorporated, which consists of part of lots 16 and 17, concession 8, further described as all of lots 2 and 8, part lots 1 and 7, block 2, registered plan 1, all of lot 3 and 4, part 1, block 6, registered plan 1, and part of the road allowance for Lakeview Avenue between lots 2 and 6, registered plan 1 in the geographic township of Dysart in the county of Haliburton be received for information, and that bylaw 2021-15 being a bylaw to authorize an execution of a responsibility agreement with the Gardens of Haliburton Incorporated be read a first, second, and third time, passed, signed, and the corporate seal attached thereto, and that bylaw 2021-16 being a bylaw to authorize the execution of the site plan amending agreement in order to include the drinking water responsibility agreement and updated plans be read a first, second, and third time, passed, signed, and the corporate seal attached thereto, and that council grant the developers a 12-month extension to satisfy the MTO conditions as per section 1G of the original site plan agreement. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. Lancashire Homes.
This application is related to the bylaw 2021-17 to authorize the execution of a draft severance agreement for Lancashire Homes Limited. There is no circulation requirements in the Planning Act for severance agreement. The severance agreement application was submitted as a condition imposed by the County of Haliburton as part of the severance application H-034/17. Condition 10 of the draft approval for file H-034/17 requires that the registered owner of the property to enter into a severance agreement with the municipality. The proposed severance application, which received provincial consent by the County of Haliburton Land Division Committee on December 11th, 2017, for the purpose of severing the subject property on Redstone Lake into 2 lots, 1 severed and 1 retained, to allow for waterfront residential development purposes. A copy of the decision was attached with the report. The severance agreement for the lands of Lancashire Homes Limited gives direction for the proper development of the subject lands. As the lands were subject to the OMB request to appeal the proposed severance, the process was put on hold until the outstanding appeals were resolved. As noted by staff, the appeals have now been resolved through decisions PL 180096, PL 180595, and PL 180615, and therefore the applicant wishes to proceed with the severance agreement. Staff recommend that council approve bylaw 2021-17, which is a bylaw to authorize the execution of the severance agreement with Lancashire Homes Limited. And if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Any questions on this one? This is had been on the books for, well, 4 years. So long history there. Any questions? If not, I'll ask for a mover and a seconder. Deputy Mayor Kennedy and Councillor Donaldson. Be it resolved that the report for the lands of Lancashire Homes Limited, which consists of part lot 21, concession 9 in the geographic township of Guildford, municipality of Dysart et al., be received for information, and that bylaw 2021-17 being a bylaw to authorize the execution of a severance agreement with Lancashire Homes Limited be read a first, second, and third time, passed, signed, and the corporate seal attached hereto. All in favor? And that's carried. Okay, the next file I believe is the declaration. So Councillor Donaldson, if you want to just turn your screen off, that would be sufficient. Thank you. And staff can take us through this one.
Perfect. So this application proposes of a condition of consent from an H00519 that's the registered owner to provide a site development plan to the satisfaction of the municipality. The registered owner entered into the site plan agreement with the municipality in 2008 for the construction of a self-service storage building. Since that time, changes to the parking area were updated from the original plan. The owner has now provided a revised site development plan to reflect the updated configuration of the parking area along the west portion of the property. As the changes appear to be minor in nature, the proposal does not require an amendment to the site plan agreement. Therefore, if approved, staff will update the site development plan that is on file with the municipality. The owner would like to amend the site plan in order to reflect the updated reconfiguration of the parking spaces and area. Based on the updated configuration, staff do not have any concerns with the proposed, and therefore staff recommend council approve the proposed changes as revised on the site development plan as submitted. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Okay, questions? No, like you said, it looks fairly minor. All right, then a mover and a seconder. Councillor Smith, Councillor McKechnie. Be it resolved that this report regarding a request to amend the site development plan for the lands of Donaldson, which consists of part lot 16, concession 2 in the geographic township of Harcourt, municipality of Dysart et al. Be received for information. And the council approves or revises the site development plan as amended for the lands of Donaldson, dated December 23rd, 2020, to reflect the existing development on the subject lands. All in favor? Okay, carried. The letter of intent for places for people.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Bylaw 2021-18 is a bylaw to authorize the execution of a letter of intent with places for people for the purpose of a 40 to 60 unit affordable housing development on lands owned by the municipality located on Wallings Road. At the Committee of the Whole meeting on March 9th, 2021, the committee reviewed the letter of intent and directed staff to make amendments to the letter to clarify roles and responsibilities. Based on this direction, staff have updated the letter of intent to clarify that the municipality will provide policy guidance to places for people during the development of the site plan, and that Dysart will be responsible for the studies associated with the zoning process. These changes have been provided to places for people, and they have no concerns with these changes and have actually signed the document. Also at that meeting, it was requested that I bring back to council the necessary studies for the zoning and the procedure. The official plan provides direction that a traffic impact study and a scoped environmental impact study be completed for the zoning process. The traffic study will involve the County of Haliburton. The environmental impact study shall be obtained to ensure that there is no negative impact on the adjacent wetlands and fish habitat. So once staff have received a site plan from Places for People, we will be in a position to obtain the environmental impact study as well as comments from Haliburton County with regards to traffic. And once this background information has been compiled, staff will be able to actually begin the zoning process and complete the application and start the public consultation process. I should outline that the financial commitments outlined in the letter of intent include costs associated with a land conveyance, costs associated with the rezoning process and the background studies, as well as municipal incentives through the CKLH Affordable Housing Target Program. Staff recommend that council pass this bylaw and seek direction to bring forward an application to rezone the municipally owned property on Wallings Road. And I'm here to answer any questions if you have any.
Yeah, we'll open up to the floor for questions, but if you don't mind, I'm going to start with one, which is how detailed a site plan do you need to rezone property? zoning is about land use and how detailed drawings, how detailed, or can you go and do a zoning application with where the traffic entrance will be, where the density, what the height, what the lighting, and all those type of things for impact. But how, yeah, so how detailed a site plan do we actually have to go down that road?
Yeah, two things come to mind. Obviously, the more information on that plan, the better. It will help us to make better recommendations and council make a better decision, and also to inform the public of exactly what's going in there. The second thing that comes to mind is the more detailed the plan, it would likely prevent further approvals. So if it was just a general plan, we could permit the zoning, permit the use, that kind of thing. But if they come back with a plan in the future and it's determined at that time that they need parking requirement, they don't meet the parking requirements, they don't meet dwelling unit sizes, they don't meet setbacks, then you're just triggering further approvals. So we typically like as detailed as possible, but we can try and proceed with whatever we're given.
As I've spoken to you in meetings and out of meetings as well, when Dysart purchased land and then owned land on owns now land on Wonderland Road, we rezoned it ourselves without a site plan. So, but we still had to address density and setbacks and lighting and height and entry and all of those types of things. So this would be Dysart taking the zoning application first. Anyway, I'll open it up to the floor. And if there's any further questions. Okay, Joe, go ahead, Jeff, first.
I was just gonna say, I think the difference now is that we have a development that's pretty much ready to go forward. It's quite possible that those lands on Wonderland Road, when a developer comes forward, he might need further approvals or further relief from the zoning bylaw. It's just not known at this time. So that's why we ask for as much detail up front, just so that we can get it right the first time. But we'll work with whatever we're given.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Okay, so are there questions to Jeff on this? Councillor Smith?
Jeff, you mentioned that People for Places have already signed the agreement here.
Yes.
Obviously, they're anxious to get going.
Correct, and I think in that the letter of intent, it said that they're going to try and provide us a site plan by the end of April. So, yes.
Excellent. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so if there's no further questions, I will ask for a mover and a seconder on this, please. Deputy Mayor Kennedy and Councillor Clark. Be it resolved that bylaw 2021-18, being a bylaw to authorize the execution of a letter of intent with Places for People for an affordable housing development on the lands of the municipality of Dysart et al. In part lot 14, concession 8 in the geographic township of Dysart, be read a first, second, and third time, passed, signed, and the corporate seal attached thereto. And further, the council directs staff to bring forward a zoning bylaw amendment application to rezone the subject lands located on Wallings Road in the village of Haliburton to permit the creation of approximately 40 to 60 residential units. All in favor? Great, that carries. Okay, turn the page. Planning took up a lot of. We were saving everything, Jeff.
There has been lots going on behind the scenes, and that's the next item's a memo of understanding related to student housing. So as you can see, based on the last three items, there's a lot of exciting housing developments coming down the pipe, which is very exciting for our community. This item, bylaw 2021-19, is a bylaw to authorize the execution of a memo of understanding with Sir Sanford Fleming College of Applied Arts and Technology relating to the gift and conveyance of land for a student residence development on the lands owned by the municipality. At the Committee of the Whole meeting on March 9th, the committee reviewed the MOU and passed a resolution recommending that council approve the MOU pending a favorable review from the municipal solicitor. So I received the comments yesterday from the municipal solicitor, and I'm going to go through them relatively quickly here. Some of the suggested changes. In section 2D, wording has been added that Fleming shall grant an option in favor of Dysart to repurchase the lands for $2. He notes that the costs and expenses associated with this should be resolved, and that it may be advisable to provide a specific option to repurchase as a schedule to the memo of understanding. So this goes back to Councillor Smith's comments and request with regards to protection of the land should anything happen in the near future. In section 2D, further wording has also been provided that should Fleming complete construction, which would make it more difficult for the land to be reconveyed to the municipality. And then within 10 years of occupancy, they terminate operation or transfer the property to a private party, that Fleming shall be required to compensate Dysart for that property. The solicitor's provided a couple options in this regard. Council can choose a value now for the land, or alternatively, council could say, and that's in the agreement, but alternatively, council could say that the value would be based on an appraisal of the lands at the time that that conveyance is triggered. In section 2C, wording is provided to clarify that the municipality shall obtain a survey for the conveyance of the land, and further that a copy of the reference plan be provided to Fleming for review and approval, and that the costs be shared for this plan. In section 4, wording has been added that an emergency access easement be provided by Fleming to Dysart to connect College Drive to Museum Road, and follow the existing emergency gravel access road shown on the plans attached to the memo of understanding. It is further provided that the easement be shown on a reference plan of survey, as well as suggestions for the purpose of the easement. For this provision, the solicitor has actually noted that the easement, it might be a good idea that the easement be included in the schedule as a schedule to the memo of understanding as well. And lastly, there were some minor clerical suggestions. So I know this is a lot to take in, especially at the last minute. The updated document was also provided to Fleming yesterday for their review and comments. And I did reach out to them and just about timing and everything. And they've noted that they would like time to allow their president, board, and legal counsel to review any changes approved by council. So therefore, a deferral of passing of the bylaw may be appropriate, as it is important that both sides understand and agree with the contents of the MOU. Having said that, perhaps council would like to discuss those changes or suggestions as made by our municipal solicitor before moving forward.
Yeah, I think we should discuss that, and I don't know through the clerk if there's a way to, if say council agrees with what our solicitor has said, that we could have the wording such that it authorizes myself and the clerk to sign, so we don't have to wait for a whole nother meeting. If we're satisfied with this wording, it goes to Fleming and they're satisfied as well. Does it have to wait for a whole nother month? But I don't know if that's possible. Is council said, we haven't had a lot of time to review these because they just came in, but it does capture what we had already been thinking. So these aren't new. These are just the legalese putting in the direction that we gave our lawyer. So, and some technical changes to and the. So, but other than that, comments from councillors on the recommendations from our lawyer. Do we agree with everything that he said? The Deputy Mayor Kennedy and then Councillor Smith.
Yeah, I do agree with the schedules as our solicitors has suggested. The $2 if it's still vacant land, and I prefer an appraisal at the time of conveyance in the future should that occur, rather than trying to do something now at a predetermined price and everything else. And of course, the emergency easement, fully in favor of that. So whatever happens, the quicker we make it happen for them, the better, if possible.
So in terms of the emergency easement, they were anticipating that was just forgotten in the first one. That was a verbal in meetings way back, so that'll be fine. This though does outline that it's surveyed, so there's a cost to that, right, Jeff?
That's right. There are some financial commitments outlined in that letter of intent, and they include costs associated with the land conveyance, including survey costs and potential land costs, as well as legal fees. So there's going to be some legal work with regards to registering of easements and stuff like that, transferring land. But yeah, most of that's outlined in the MOU, and it's not anything that's new for council today. I think everybody's mostly aware of that.
Yeah. Councillor Smith, go ahead.
Yep, thank you. Just, in terms of the wording that's been proposed here, in the eventuality that this ceases to be a student residence, I'm not sure that it addresses the concern to the degree that I think is appropriate. We have a sacred trust with the property. It was given to us, as I understand, by a church or church group of churches, and prior to deciding that we could go ahead and give it to the college to be a student residence, we went back and checked with that group and confirmed that that was acceptable to them. And we all want, I think we all want a student residence here, and we'd like it to be there forever. But, you put up a building lasts 100 years and it becomes old and decrepit and gets knocked down and start fresh. But when you give land to somebody, that's forever and ever. And, 100 years from now, or before then or after then, a provincial government could decide that we're not going to have community colleges anymore. And, Fleming's gone. They liquidate the assets, and who knows what it gets turned into. And if we say, well, we got an appraisal of this property, it was worth $20,000 in, 2021, well, we'll get something of that. But I was looking for a larger dollar amount, if you like, that would put us in control, so that in the eventuality something like that happened, we would be in a position that, we could have, they need to write us a check we could demand a check for up to $1 million. That would put us in a situation where whatever replaces the student residence becomes entirely up to the council of the day, as opposed to, the council of the day being in a situation where they're going to be told by the provincial government or the successor to the colleges and university ministry what's going to happen in our community. And so it's not, as I said, it's not just about the value of the land here. It's about protecting that sacred trust and us having control. And if we have it as a very large amount, Fleming shouldn't object, because frankly, they want to be a college forever and ever. But as I said, you don't know what the future holds. And if we put in an amount, like a big amount, as I said, we don't need to get all that. Whoever is going to succeed the college gets to come back and negotiate with us and explain why we should take less. But if it's a really big amount, they have to accommodate us, as opposed to us accepting whatever they have in mind, if you know what I mean.
Okay, so I believe to Deputy Mayor Kennedy's point was that would be determined at that time, because we don't want to put a dollar value on the land today. We would put a dollar value on the land in that very rare eventuality. But again, not wanting to make a mistake, wanting to do the right thing. And I absolutely agree that land is land. It's and land in Glebe Park, it's sort of like the MasterCard commercial, priceless. But everything can put a price on it. And I believe that would be what the recommendation from our lawyer is, that you put the value on the land at that time. Jeff?
Yeah, and I can clarify that. So the lawyer did provide those two options. Either he suggests that putting a value on the land today might be a simpler approach, but that ultimately we might be leaving money on the table down the road if we were to get an appraisal of the land at the time that this conveyance is triggered. So he says it's a simpler approach to do it the way it's in there right now, but the appraisal might be more beneficial in the long run.
So, Councillor Smith, unmute.
Yeah, sorry, if I might just, it's not just about the value of the land. It is about us having control over what happens. And, you know, somebody could appraise the land at a future date. Even if it was appraised today, it's you know, as Mayor has indicated, it's priceless. But a real estate appraisal wouldn't indicate that it's priceless. And that's the dilemma. And that's why I was looking for something that ensured that the council of the day, should this ever occur, is essentially in complete control, because somebody would say, well, I can never write a check that large. You know, so I've got to accommodate whatever reason, whatever request council of the day may make associated with this no longer being a student residence. It's not as simple as the simpler approach that you know, that our lawyer Ed was proposing, but to me, it's important that we have that protection so that, you know, 100 years from now or whatever it happens, there is no regret of, well, why didn't they do such and such? You know, and if you think of the community living situation that we're dealing with later on the agenda here, you know, they wrote a tight agreement that even, you know, decades after the fact, limited our options. I want to make sure that that council of the day, whenever this happens, is in complete control, if you like.
Okay, are there any comments from other councillors? Councillor Clark?
Yeah, I think we've got to keep this as clean as we can and not have something that's going to be a barrier to the college wanting to move forward with this. I think we are doing our due diligence by the fact that we've reached out and are having this being developed into a student residence as part of the college, and that is a community benefit. We've done our due diligence as a council. When it was provided to us or willed to us, it was on the understanding that we would use it in such a manner that was going to benefit the area, the community, and that's what we've done. I don't think we need to add any more complexity to it. All it does is just gets the lawyers involved and potentially kills the deal. Thank you.
Yeah, just hear from Mallory. It was from the Anglican Church, and I believe there was a purchase price for that, but there was a stipulation on that. The municipality wasn't given it for free, and there were covenants on the property, and one of them is a school education park. Mallory?
I just had a question for Jeff, actually. You said that on their end, they're reviewing the agreement as well. Do you know when that meeting is and when they would come back with their thoughts on the suggested amendments?
Yeah, thanks, Mallory. I did provide the updated agreement or MOU as provided by our lawyer, but I did advise them that council today would be reviewing it and could be making changes based on some of the options provided. So once this meeting is complete and I have some direction from council as to these subtle changes that we want to make, I'm going to complete them and then send them to them, to the college. I know they have a meeting tomorrow with their board. However, they did advise, as mentioned, that timing was a bit quick for them to get it to that board meeting tomorrow and having a chance to fully review it and understand it. So that's why they were asking that it be deferred for another month.
So the reason I'm asking is because we could push it through as amended, or we could, the problem with that is that I don't like it not being on the agenda in its final form before we pass it. So, and since they're reviewing it for another month potentially, anyway, council could direct Jeff, and then we could just keep this bylaw number and pass it in April. That is a potential as well, as long as it's not holding anyone up, though. That's what I think I'm asking. So,
yeah, in conversations with their team, it appears they're fine with waiting another month, just so everybody fully understands what they're agreeing to, which I think is important.
Okay, so then I don't need a mover and a seconder. I just will put that this has been deferred.
we can do that, but I think it's important that Jeff knows what the direction is, because he needs to make those amendments and bring them back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jeff?
Yeah, so far, from what my understanding is, as per the deputy mayor, and I'm just kind of going through the options provided by the solicitor where I need a bit of direction. As the deputy mayor mentioned, that if the land is not built on, that he was fine with it being, with us repurchasing it for $2. Where I need a little bit of direction, because there was some conflicting opinions is if it is built on and we need to be compensated for that within 10 years of occupancy. How do we want to be compensated? Do we want to set a price now with interest, or do we want to determine it by appraisal at the time that that conveyance is triggered? So I need a little bit of direction there still.
Okay, so to that point,
everything else is pretty straightforward.
yeah, to that point, Councillor Clark made a suggestion, I believe, not to put words in your mouth, but that we cross that bridge when we get to it, so it be valued at that time, because otherwise we're going to start throwing around numbers, and how are we going to throw around numbers? And so without getting realtors involved, and as you mentioned, you want like a clean MOU. That's what this is. You do this and I do that. You're going to pay for this. I'm going to pay for that. If this doesn't work out, that's going to happen, and we're all on the same page. So I think that if I see no objection, to Councillor Clark's point, is that we have that assessed at that time, if in that eventuality. Councillor Smith?
I'm trying to read from 3 different places here. What if it's beyond 10 years? This language said if within 10 years. What about beyond 10 years? What do we have then?
Yeah, and that's a great question. And in conversation with the municipal solicitor, he said it's really tough to try and tie that down. He says, like, the longer this goes, he didn't feel that it would be appropriate to be compensated if it was longer than 10 years. So if it was within 10 years of them getting occupancy, that's what he's recommended. If that's something that council wants to change that value, that's something I can change and provide to the college's team and see if they agree.
To me, having that control only for 10 years is just not long enough. We had a lengthy conversation earlier this morning about a piece of property that Dysart sold 22 years or 23 years ago, and the consternation that that's creating. If they put a building up and open it in 2024, what you're saying here is after 2034, we'd be out of luck. The way I read this phrase, do what they wanted. And is that what our community would find acceptable? I don't think that's standing in the way of progress by ensuring that we understand what would happen 20 years down the road. Needs to be defined.
Yeah, Councillor Smith, I suppose that we all have, at some point we have to ask ourselves, how do we feel that this is a college in an Ontario system, in a Canadian system? Do you think they're still going to be around in 10 and 20 years? Like, where's our risk factor here? And if we feel nothing's 100% guaranteed, but if we feel fairly confident, and that's how, certainly I feel fairly confident that it will still continue to be a college and still continue to be residents. Deputy Mayor Kennedy?
Would future councils not be able to control what happens with that property based on the zoning? At the time, is the zoning only for student residents rather than private? It's my understanding. So that would give future council some kind of control over what happens with the property down the road.
Yeah, certainly. Right now, that property is part of the college property, and it's zoned for a school and zoned for school-related uses. So in the future, if that land in its entirety were ever to be sold to someone private, the uses permitted would still only be those associated with a school and uses accessory to a school. So if it became private and they wanted to use it for private housing, it would have to go through the process, and council at that time would be able to make a decision.
Yeah, that's a good point. Okay, so are everybody okay to defer that this will come back to our next council meeting, correct, Mallory? Yeah, okay. All right, so we will defer this and wait to hear back from the college. So we'll move on to item H, which is the purchase of road allowance in Eastlake.
Yes, thank you. And this is a road closing bylaw. Bylaw 2021-21 is a bylaw to close and convey a portion of the original road allowance adjacent to concession 7 and 8. Part Lot 6, Plan East Lake, Parcel 50 in the geographic township of Harcourt. Mr. and Mrs. Sexton, who are tenants within Harcourt Park, have withdrawn their request to purchase the shore road allowance in front of their leased lands and will proceed with the purchase of the original road allowance only. So when this application previously came to council, it was for a request to purchase the shore road allowances in front of two leased lots, as well as a piece of an original road allowance. They've now advised that future development will be set back from the shore road allowance and comply with the required water setback. So they're no longer looking to purchase the shore road allowance. The notice and circulation requirements for the application have been complete and no specific concerns have been identified. And staff have updated the bylaw based on their withdrawn application and recommend approval of bylaw 2021-21. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Questions? Concerns? Mover? Is that a question, Councillor Clark?
Yes, please. Yeah. Jeff, we're talking about a road allowance. Does anybody else use that road allowance to access the lake, or is it only specific to that particular property owner?
Well, and as you can see from the plan, thank you, Councillor Clark. As you can see from the plan, the road allowance actually comes from the east, where the road actually is, and where that road comes from the east, it actually hits the lake before it gets to their property. So it's not cutting off access to a lake. There's other lake access spots available.
Okay, that's good. Thank you.
Okay, so no further questions, then I'll take a mover seconder. Councillor Clark, Councillor Smith. Be it resolved that bylaw 2021-21, which is a bylaw to stop up, close, and convey a portion of the road allowance adjacent to concessions 7 and 8, part lot 6, Plan East Lake, PCL 50, in the geographic township of Harcourt, be read a first, second, and third time, pass, sign, and the corporate seal attached thereto. All in favor? Carried. Moving on is Redstone.
Yes, thank you again. Ms. Cox has made application to purchase the shore road allowance in front of her property on Redstone Lake to better manage her property, which is located beside a public boat launch. There is a dwelling, 2 sheds, a tree fort, and a hot tub structure located on the property. The dwelling was constructed in 1973. It does not appear to be located on the shore road allowance and appears to have legal non-complying status with regards to the water setback. The tree fort and hot tub structure do not appear to comply with the minimum water setback. And the sheds don't appear to comply with the required side lot line setback, or at least one of them doesn't. So because these buildings are not located on the shore road allowance, historically, we have not addressed them at the time of this application. So staff can advise the owner of the compliance issues and forward these compliance issues to the bylaw department for review. Staff requests direction and approval to process the application, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Okay, questions to Jeff? No questions? Awesome. Okay, move Councillor Smith.
Just to confirm, Jeff, you said you could forward. You are going to forward the information about this, right?
Correct. We will advise them in our return letter, the applicants, and we will forward it to the bylaw department for their. It's up to them to choose whether they want to move forward on it, but we will bring it to their attention.
Thank you.
They will forward those and not could. Good semantics catch. Words matter. Okay, so no further questions. Mover seconder then. Councillor Smith, and second by Councillor Donaldson. Be it resolved, the council approves for processing an application by Ms. Cox to purchase a portion of the shore road allowance along the shores of Redstone Lake in front of her property in part lot 30, concession 7 in the geographic township of Guildford. These lands are declared surplus. All in favor? That carries. And trying to find my place here. The next one. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. 1426805 Ontario Limited has made application to purchase the original road allowance adjacent to their property located at the intersection of Dardanelles Road and Indian Point Road for the purpose of improving the ability to build on the subject property. The applicant has submitted a request that land costs be waived based on sections 66 and 67 of the Municipal Act. And the applicant agrees that they will pay for the application costs, legal costs, and survey costs. The applicant, who is successor in title to Medrick Roberge, who conveyed the land for Dardanelles Road to the township for $1, based on section 66 and 67 of the Municipal Act, they note that they are entitled to the adjoining unopened road allowance, provided it is not needed by the municipality. And to be honest, this request was a bit unique, and I've not previously processed a request based on these sections of the Municipal Act. So while it appears that the applicant's request complies with these sections, staff did request comments from the municipal solicitor to provide options to council. The municipal solicitor notes that and this is the municipal solicitor's opinion, that a prior owner deeded the land upon which the road exists to the municipality for $1. Although the current owner of the land may not consider may not consider that to have been sufficient compensation, that is not determinative of the situation. The original owner could have said no to the conveyance of the land, the road. The original owner could have said no to the conveyance of the land for the road and forced the municipality to pay more than $1. It could have requested a transfer of the unopened road allowance at that time as well, but that was not the case. So the municipal solicitor, based on that, advises the municipality is under no obligation to convey the unopened road allowance. Having said that, staff requests direction from council with regards to the request. Like I said, it appears there might be some validity to the request. I have provided a resolution based on the request from the applicant. If there's some change to the resolution, then I request direction. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, yeah, I think there'll be questions. This is quite different. Councillor Smith?
Yeah, thank you. So, Jeff, great that you got that legal opinion. And the legal opinion, as you just read it or gave it to us, differs in terms of perspective from what the proposed buyer is suggesting. And it seems to me that we should, we pay for these legal opinions. We ought to accept a legal opinion and say, no, we're not going to make this available to you for $1. Our lawyer doesn't think that's necessarily required here. And therefore we pay for the legal opinion. Let's accept it, let's honor it, and let's demand fair value for the road allowance the same way we would with most buyers of a road allowance. They pay based on an appraised value from real estate. That would be my perspective. Thank you.
Okay. Further comments or questions to Jeff? So Jeff, the resolution that you presented says that the costs associated with the transaction will be waived, but we can rewrite this.
That's correct. The way that it's worded, if you take out the wording, starting at the word and the land costs associated with the transaction be waived, if you take out the wording from that all the way to the end of that sentence and just add after that the lands are declared surplus, that should satisfy council's request if they all agree with Councillor Smith.
But then we would have to go get it appraised.
Yeah.
Councillor Clark?
Yeah, it's a very bizarre piece of property. I don't know how much value is on the thing. But yeah, it may just for our due diligence might be worthwhile just to get somebody to take a quick look at it and say, yeah, it's worth $100 or it's worth 500 or 5,000, who knows? But I can't see it being a big dollar value. Thank you. But we should have something on file.
Other comments? Suggestions? We had the resolution as presented within our package, so we knew that yes, Deputy Mayor Kennedy?
I just wondered, is there an easy way? I agree with Councillor Smith that we would listen to our legal counsel. Could this be treated like a shoreline road allowance where there's a set fee of whatever it is plus X number of dollars per foot? Is that, I don't know if that's acceptable option or not to the rest of council.
I don't know. I'm sorry, I'm not looking up. I'm confused and I'm looking for lunch. So Councillor Smith?
Well, just, we didn't have this legal opinion when this package was put together. So we were, until Jeff just read that to us or gave it to us a few minutes ago, we didn't know. But we have a standard process for road allowance, and that is to get it appraised. And, sometimes we use the appraisal, sometimes we decide to make up a number, but without getting it appraised, we got a handful of people sitting here really have no idea. I've never been out there to Dardanelles Road and checked out what it is, and I have no idea what it might be worth. But a real estate professional will tell us that's the process. We got to follow our own process. Simple as that.
Okay, so could be as simple as that. Is there consensus to do that and change the resolution? Councillor Wood-Roberts?
I just have a question for Rob. Do we do any sort of maintenance, or could this impact any part of what we do maintain out there?
Oh, Rob's not in on the
Yeah,
meeting.
and perhaps I could answer that because it does not appear that it should impact with any maintenance. What would be conveyed would still leave us a sufficient road allowance for Indian Point Road. And while this road allowance does lead to a bay off of Drag Lake, there's plenty of, we have a municipal boat launch just down the road. So there's plenty of access options to that bay as well. If I do have one question for council, if that's okay. Typically our road closing process offers half of that road allowance to the property owner on the other side of this road allowance. Given section 66 and 67 of the Municipal Act, does council still want me to offer half to the adjacent property owner, or is this something where we're willing to sell the entire road allowance to the applicant?
We have to follow whatever our policies are that we notify adjacent landowners. I can't see how we can't do that. So I can't see how we can't, you know what I mean? We should. I think I saw agreement on that. So I'm going to need some help with, from what I've heard from councillors, to change the resolution here.
Would you like me to read that out for you, Mayor?
Yes, but are you going to make the change?
Yep.
Okay.
So I'm going to remove the portion where the land costs are waived. So be it resolved that council approve for processing an application by 1426805 Ontario Limited to purchase a portion of the original road allowance for road adjacent to their property. These lands are declared surplus.
Are we going to do we need to put in the resolution as well that we will get it appraised?
Yeah.
No, that's part of the regular process to have it appraised, to have half offered to the adjacent property owner, and that'll come back to council so that they can set the price for the lands based on that appraisal.
So essentially, we're just all we're doing is approving an application.
Correct.
And they're declared surplus. We follow policy from there. Perfect. Great. Thanks, Jeff. Mover and seconder. Deputy Mayor Kennedy, Councillor Clark, I saw quickly. And so we did already hear the resolution from Jeff. All in favor? Excellent. We have one more item in planning, and then we're going to take a fairly decent lunch break to get refreshed, stretch our legs. We have lots still to cover in the afternoon, but it's just the way this meeting seemed to go. Jeff was saving all the planning stuff for one meeting. Okay.
I hope it's not the new norm as well. But thank you. Harcourt Park Incorporated has submitted a letter, which is attached to the agenda pertaining to the development potential of 2 lots that abut Harcourt Park Incorporated. And these 2 properties are located on Allen and Big Barnum Lakes. They're asking council to Harcourt Park is asking council to assure them that the official plan will be enforced in its entirety if application for development are received. They are also requesting that council restrict potential development on these lands to a single residential dwelling under 3,500 square feet. They note concerns that the 2 lots, which have recently been put on the real estate market, are advertised as suitable for a family compound development. They list concerns related to the impact that the development of additional lots might have on lake trout lakes that are highly sensitive to development and lakes that exceed the required recreational carrying capacity. For a bit of history, the subject lands were created by consent in 2010 and rezoned by the municipality as a condition of consent. They are currently zoned rural type 1, open space -1, and environmental protection. It should be noted that the open space -1 zone does not permit any structures. Staff confirm that no applications have been received to date to further develop the subject lands. From staff perspective, if an application is received to either rezone the lands or create any new lots, it will be reviewed in the context of the official plan and in accordance with the Planning Act requirements. And part of these Planning Act requirements indicate that Harcourt Park Incorporated will be given notice of any planning application because they are within the circulation distance requirements outlined in the Act. Applications for lot creation will be required to provide studies confirming that the proposed development imposes no negative impact on surrounding natural heritage features, including the lake. So if we were to receive something, proof and studies would need to be provided. In addition, building permits must comply with the zoning bylaw. The RU1 zone right now permits permanent residential development such as single family dwelling, duplex, semi-detached dwelling. It should be noted right now, there's no maximum dwelling unit size in the RU1 zone, but that development is subject to a lot coverage of 10%. If council wishes to restrict the dwelling unit size on the subject land, the zoning bylaw amendment would be required. Staff would like to provide some caution to council that the owners of the subject lands do have property rights, and that any zoning bylaw amendment initiated by the municipality to restrict development rights would be subject to the appeal rights outlined in the Planning Act. Further to this request, council may wish to consider the increase to dwelling sizes during the recent comprehensive zoning bylaw review. At that time, council approved an increase to the main building maximum gross floor area of any one story of a dwelling on larger lots such as this to roughly 6,000 square feet. So I just wanted to provide that as a bit of background information for council. And that's about all I have to say with regards to the letter. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Yep, I see Councillor Clark first.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. Looking at Chaw's book, the Allen Lake shows us 131 properties and is at capacity, so I can't see where they're able to do any further development. Barnum's not defined anywhere. Closest I could find is Big Barnum, and it's got 52 properties, but there's no data as to whether or not it's at capacity or anything about the lake at all. So I think there's a bit of research that's involved, that's required there to see how that lake is defined in terms of its ability to be suitable for any building. Thank you.
Yes, and Allen Lake is designated as a lake trout lake that is at capacity for development. So there would be additional studies required, and the policy does say that council should not permit development on these lots unless there's certain criteria met, such as the sewage services, the tile fields being placed 300 meters back from the lake, or placing the tile fields so that they drain into another drainage basin of another water body that's not at capacity. So there's certain conditions that they would have to meet even to be able to create a new lot. And as Larry mentioned, I know, sorry, one of them is at capacity for recreational carrying capacity, but I believe both of them are. Yeah, both of them are well beyond. So there are policies against the creation of any new lots. And if we do receive a development application, this will be made aware, council will be made aware of these policies at that time.
So there are a couple of concerns that I see is one is that they want to make sure our official plan will be enforced, that we aren't going to approve people buying these large lots and then thinking that they're going to be able to subdivide into some other lots. And it wouldn't qualify for all the reasons you just mentioned if lakes are at capacity or et cetera. But they are existing lots. So if someone wants to buy one as it is, we don't really have the ability to limit the size of the dwelling. And that was the other question, is that for us to limit it to a single residential unit under 3,500 square feet, what tool would we use to limit that? How could we?
Well, the municipality could initiate a zoning bylaw amendment to change the development potential of those properties. But as I mentioned, staff caution council because there's these property owners did go through a zoning bylaw amendment in 2011 already, and they do have development rights. So anything we initiated would still be subject to appeal as per the Planning Act. And
exactly. I don't think, but I mean, I think we can send them a letter back to assure them that, you know, what we just talked about here today and in terms of any subdividing of those properties, but they're existing properties. So maybe what's concerned them is the wording of a realtor in a listing, advertising it to be something. I mean, basically it's one large lot. You can have a house and 2 accessory structures. You're not going to have like 5 houses on one property. It's not permitted. So maybe we just need to send a letter back with what the permitted uses are on the property as it is. And if for any reason a new purchaser purchased that and wanted to do something different, these are the enormous hoops and hurdles that they'd have to go through, and it would be very likely not approved. I don't know. Do anybody see anything further? I can understand it, but just like seeing, you know, yeah. Councillor Smith?
I think you're bang on. I mean, the staff recommendation here makes all the sense in the world. It's going to advise them that future development proposals will be reviewed in the context of the official plan, blah, blah, blah. We've got a set of rules in place that, you know, those zoning bylaws were just updated. Seems like 2 months ago, it could have been 3. You know, there was a wide swath of public input, and based on that public input, we approved certain changes. You know, everybody's going to live with those now. And if we start deviating from that, we then just open ourselves up to additional challenges and appeal processes and wasted money.
Yeah.
So,
No.
As I said, I think it was a very good staff recommendation. They can communicate that, as they said here, they're going to advise Harcourt Park, blah, blah, blah. And you've given us some additional details.
Right.
I'm happy to move the motion as the recommendation, and let's move on. Thanks.
We'll take that as a mover, and I'll look for a seconder. Councillor Clark. Be resolved that council confirm receipt of a letter from Harcourt Park Incorporated dated March 14th, 2021, pertaining to the development potential on Allen and Barnum Lakes, and that council direct staff to advise Harcourt Park Incorporated that future development proposals will be reviewed in the context of the official plan and processed in accordance with the Planning Act requirements, including providing Harcourt Park Incorporated notice of future planning applications. All in favor? Okay, and that carries, and I believe that concludes our planning section. It is 1:45, so I think we need to take a decent lunch break. Even though we have lots on, it's not fair for staff or even for councillors to expect to zoom. So is 45 minutes enough if we met back 1:35?
1:30.
1:35. I've got 10 to 12. Be back at your computers. All right, so I will call a recess until 1:35. Okay, so we are back in session after our lunch break, and we are going to go through the public works section. So we've brought Rob Camelon and John Watson into our meeting, and the first item is the road resurfacing tender results. So Rob, I'll let you take that away.
Yes, thanks, Madam Mayor. So this is a follow-up to a canceled tender from last month. So we canceled PW01 and re-released this one as PW08. The good news is it came in significantly lower than the first round. The bad news is it was still higher than I had anticipated. So based on the numbers received, we're going to be shy about 10% of what we were hoping to achieve lengthwise on our road network. So we're really going to have to revisit moving forward. We had planned on 1.5 million plus 3% year over year. And here in year one, I can confidently say that's not going to be enough. So, we can go back and take a look. The increase in this latest tender seems to be driven from the granular side. So it's not in the surface treatment itself. Unfortunately, with the granulars, it applies to both gravel roads and surface treated roads. Excuse me. So it hits the tender pretty hard once those numbers go up. So for today's purpose, I'm recommending that we award the work as presented. And it's my belief that council wants to expand on some work with some money that's held in reserves. And I think we should hold that discussion to a committee meeting and just figure out the parameters on that and just focus on what's in front of us today.
Yeah, that's probably an excellent suggestion. I don't think we want to go down the road and be adding the work now, but I do agree with, and I'm sure the rest of council agrees with that sentiment, is that there would be room to add more with what we put in reserves. A little disheartening, but I do believe that you put in the contract this year that we could have, with the successful bidder, we could have discussions perhaps late in the fall to see where we could go to continue into 2022. So maybe we'd be looking at doing that, I don't know, September, October.
Yeah, by year end, they have to initiate with us. If they wish to continue under the same pricing, then they have to reach out to us and it'll be mutually agreed upon.
Yeah, okay. So is everyone okay with that, is accepting as presented, and we'll have further discussion under committee to see if we can broaden this as time permits, and Councillor Smith and then Deputy Mayor Kennedy.
Well, first might I ask when at committee you'd expect to have the discussion about broadening this?
We can start next month. Say the good thing about going out so early, and we are still quite early, is these companies won't be starting work anytime soon. So we do have some time to establish what we want to do.
Okay, and if I could ask a couple of other questions, follow up.
Yeah.
This is the third version of a list of roads that could be worked on in 2021. And this version of the list resulted from the prices that would have come in for the PW01. Is this the right list of roads now, given the pricing from PW08?
Yes. So the tender was released under the budget numbers that we got from the last tender, and so that's what these numbers were based on. And the 1.2 million that this tender came in at was with these roads included as a scope of work.
Yeah, but we don't want to change the scope of work based on the new pricing. I was wondering.
No, say we can. There is some wiggle room there. You just want to be careful. You don't want to change the scope of the work so much, then you may have to retender again.
Your comments said that the gravel work, granular you call it, came in at higher price than you expected or liked, and the hardtop was now quite a bit better than the previous tender. There's only by my calculation, in terms of what I'll call really redoing hardtop roads, there's about 10.5 kilometers in this. There's some micro and so forth work of restoring or kind of maintaining old roads, but at 10.5 kilometers, we're a long way from the 200 kilometers of hardtop road we got. And so hopefully when we have this committee discussion, we can talk about what it's going to take to get a bigger bigger chunk of those hard top roads redone.
Yeah, absolutely. And actually it's a little bleaker than that because I believe it was about I had it about 8.7 or shy of 9 kilometers that's actually being ditched and with drainage improvements. With that caveat is, as previous meetings, we've said we have the capacity to do about 10 kilometers a year with our own forces. So we do have a bit of wiggle room within our own forces to take a bit more on, but anything beyond that, I don't think we could truly commit to having it ready for the fall, and that could be contracted work.
Okay. And what do we say? I guess, as I said, this is the third version of a list. And so there were a bunch of roads on the first two versions of the list that aren't here now. And so what are the explanation, if you like, as to what's going to happen to those roads that are no longer on the list? They were published publicly as, part of list 1 and list 2. And so people who follow this, and there are actually quite a number of people out there that are watching our road stuff. What explanation do we say to them as to, well, when are we going to get to their roads now? They're obviously on list 1 and 2 because they needed work, and they're not here on list 3. So what's the story that we share with those interested homeowners?
Well, I think what we can't forget is we committed to a network condition of 65. So we've had this conversation a couple times, and we've in the past we've had road need studies that forecast 6 years, and we've explained why we don't necessarily agree with the way those were done, because our roads can deteriorate so fast in 1 year that it takes them right out of the running, or it should bump them up. Whereas if they're not budgeted for, they stay off the list for 6 years. And the third part to that, or the second part to that, is if we have, I'm going to stick with the 6 years. If we had roads 1 through 10 in year 1, 10 through 20 in year 2, and something like this happened then, where our pricing went up 52%, and we couldn't afford to do roads 5 through 10, it would be a similar situation. I think it would be more arbitrary then. We would just start striking roads to add up to make the difference, or find more money, as we're trying to do now. This way, we can rely on software to tell us to get a network 65. It doesn't care what roads are in which ward. It doesn't care what roads have been done the latest. It's trying to get our network up to a 65. And even with the 1.5 million, which council agreed to, which I thought was a good number, even 3 months ago, we don't have enough money to maintain that network 65. So we got to find more money moving forward. As far as selecting the roads, we can hang our hat on is we invested in software to help take the political aspect out of it and the complaint basis out of it. So be it right or wrong, we still have the human aspect we can add to it. So I believe Barbara will be talking at some point, either at this meeting or at the committee meeting, about what's in reserves and what's available. And that's what we got to be careful about, is how do we assign, if we want to add $400,000 for the sake of a number, how are we going to assign that work? Are we going to hand pick roads, or are we going to rely on the software?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Well, I'm all for relying on the software. But I think we just need an explanation as to what it is in the software that's driving these results, other than, well, we need to keep the network at 65. Because for those roads that didn't make the cut, those particular owners, the people that travel those roads regularly, are saying, well, okay, well, this is a terrible road. You told us it was a terrible road because you put it on your original list, and now it's not there. And, can we have confidence it'll be there next year? Or is the software such a mystery we don't really know?
Well, and that's the other thing, because as we rate these roads every 2 years, that's going to change the priority as well. So if we're going to go ahead, if we want a 3-year program, we have to commit to that 3-year program. There's no sense in even rating our roads from that point. So year 1, 2, and 3, we know what roads we're going to do. Hopefully the prices don't go through the roof at 52%, and we can fund it. But it's nice to have the flexibility here, albeit some of the ratepayers may not be happy either their road got bumped down a year or got bumped off the list altogether. There are some roads that got bumped up, and it's through nobody's fault. It's through the way the roads fall and their condition index versus the other ones and what the net gain would be for each road on the network.
Okay, thank you, Rob, for that. Have been other hands, so I'm going to look to Deputy Mayor Kennedy next for a question, comment.
Yeah, thank you. And I know that this is a tough spot we put you in, Rob, when we committed to the 1.5 and then prices went up by 52%. We asked you to go back out. So my understanding is now that our gravel roads are also indexed, that also creates challenges as far as keeping the network at 65. So this year we're doing more gravel roads than we expected. And I'm hoping that maybe come back with, here's what we can do with an extra 200,000, an extra 300,000, extra 400,000. And I quite frankly don't really care what ward they're in. Our goal has always been that we're to achieve and try and maintain 65. So I think our road software tells us what we should be prioritizing, and I'm all along. Go ahead, Rob.
Okay, thank you, Rob.
Yeah, and you raise a good point. Up until this year, gravel roads were never part of a capital program. So this is a whole new beast we're dealing with now. Before, we only looked at resurfacing with surface treatment. Once in a blue moon, we'd look at some hot mix. But to add gravel roads, it adds a lot of money onto the program. So yeah, we can't lose sight of that before they were never even considered. They were looked after with maintenance money.
I think back to your original, when you were discussing the report, is to approve this for now. We know that that from the direction of council that we would like to try to add to this, that we do have money in reserves. You're going to bring a report back. I think Councillor Smith's concern was, you don't want to report back in June or July, like the sooner the better. So we're just sort of holding you to the fire on when's the report going to come back. It's no fault or blame or anything. It's just the circumstances. It's the way it goes. But I think for today, if we pass this, and then Rob will bring a report back with some scenarios using that software, and knowing that there was a desire to bring some of the gravel roads back to a surface treated road, if that's possible, and working with also, as we discussed, whether it would be up to the winning bidder, Miller Paving, if they want to continue this contract into 2022. It would be just so ideal, if you can only imagine, if we could actually know by December what we were going to do, December 2021, if we knew what we were going to be able to do for 2022, but wishful thinking. Rob?
Yeah, and just for clarification on my end, and maybe I can put Barbara on the spot, are we able to determine what is actually in reserves and available? And I can bring whatever that figure is, I'll add that to this list as per the software, and then we can critique it later? Or how do we want to see a list presented?
I think, Barbara, do you want to answer that? We know what we have in reserves with gas tax, et cetera, as well as money we set aside in our budget that we said for reserves so we add all that up. I think that's internally, Rob, between you and Barbara, but Barbara, if you want to.
Yeah.
Is that how we want? Oh, sorry.
There is some additional federal tax gas money that we've parked. We're looking at about $240,000 there. And then there's also another $225,000 that was transferred into the reserves from the 2020 operating surplus that is specifically earmarked for 2021 construction projects.
So there's your number. Okay, all good. Councillor McKechnie?
Yeah, hey, Rob. So you're saying that Dignan and Sullivan aren't going to get resurfaced this year then?
Yeah, if they're not on the list, that's correct. I couldn't tell you where they fall in if we had $400,000. That's something I got to work through.
And that money was put aside how many years ago for Dignan to be finished, get done? 3 years ago?
Are you talking Dignan or Dunn?
Dignan.
Dignan was resurfaced last year.
I'm sorry?
Dignan was resurfaced last year.
Oh, I'm Sullivan, I meant. Sorry.
Sullivan was supposed to be resurfaced last year and they ran out of weather. It will be done this year with the reserve from whatever was set aside last year.
Okay. All right.
So that wasn't part of the tender, but sorry, I should have mentioned that was carryover work.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, thank you.
Okay, yeah, good question, good point. So as soon as we can get a report back, like you said, Miller isn't starting the actual construction yet. So again, it might not be in our 2-week time period, but it will come as soon as possible for us to make decisions going forward. So if I could get a mover seconder for this resolution, it'd be great. Councillor Clark and seconded by Councillor Smith. Be it resolved that council receive and acknowledge this report regarding the 2021 road resurfacing tender being RFT 2021-PW08 as information, and that council award the work included in RFT to 2021-PW-08 to Miller Paving Limited for $1,217,000 and that's hard to read, $217,015.74, sorry, excluding HST. The council authorized the mayor and clerk to execute an agreement with Miller Paving Limited for the work, and that the cost be funded by the 2021 capital budget. All in favor? Carried. Don't read numbers like that very often. Sorry about that. Thank you, Rob. Okay, so next is the agreement. I guess that's John with Recollect.
Yeah. So at the January 26, 2021 meeting, Dysart Council approved the implementation of a Waste Wizard web app and mobile app with annual fees payable to Algonquin Highlands. They are the master service agreement for the 4 local municipalities. So this report and bylaw 2021-20 authorizes the mayor and clerk to execute the agreement between Dysart and Algonquin Highlands. The implementation of the web application is going well. So it's live now at dysartetl.ca/wastewizard. So on that tool, you can search for different items and it will tell you how to recycle or dispose of it, which sites will take it back. And we'll start to use that as kind of our master list. So definitely we'll be promoting it through our social media, and I encourage councillors to take a look at it as well to see how it's all functioning.
So John, just for clarification on my little thing right here. So is there I have to go to Dysart at all, or can I just Google under where I get my apps?
So this part is just the web application part on our website. The mobile app will be coming in a few months.
Okay. Keep us posted on that. A lot of people use their phones for just about everything now. So, okay. Any questions to John on that one? No? Okay. Mover seconder, please. Councillor Clark, I see, and seconding Councillor Smith. Be it resolved bylaw 2021-20 being a bylaw to authorize the mayor and clerk to execute an agreement between the corporation of the township of Algonquin Highlands and the corporation of the municipality of Dysart et al. For the purpose of partnering in the Recollect Master Service Agreement, be read a first, second, and third time, passed, signed, and the corporate seal attached here too. All in favor? Okay, carried, thanks. And next we have a letter from the Haliburton Lake Codgers Association. We also probably received some emails. I did as well, but this letter encapsulates their concerns. I don't know, John, if you want to speak to that, or if Walt, you want to, or Councilor McKechnie, I should say, did you want to speak to that?
Yes, thank you. Thanks for letting me speak to this. I just think that that we should be communicating with all our taxpayers, especially in these COVID times, that instead of trying to inconvenience them with these hour changes, especially with so many people that are up here today, and we're just trying to save a few dollars. To me, we're just really causing a lot of stress in people's lives that we don't need. Haliburton Lake, it's been traditionally open till 8 o'clock on Sunday nights, and they would really appreciate that. I think they're giving up the Tuesday, is in the current hours. But to me, when you look at the hours of operation, West Bay has 22 hours. Harcourt has 32 and Canisius has 36 hours. I think that the hours up at West Bay, which I have to be concerned about, especially with all the new development that's happened up there, is that like Wednesday would be a great day to be open from 10 till 6, and Saturday 10 till 6, and Sunday it should be 12 till 8. And that's what I'm hearing from a lot of my constituents, and that adds up to 24 hours. Half the money that we're saving is coming, I believe, is from the cuts at West Bay. So I just think, I'm speaking on behalf for all my taxpayers up there, they would really appreciate some type of a compromise here. And I would appreciate some support around the table for that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you to speaking to that. I think one of the things we have to remember is when we had the recommendation of the landfill hour change, that wasn't just John coming up with that by himself. That was with JP2G as well, doing a study. And there was a rationale in terms of safety for the landfill attendants. We're talking about darkness, hours of darkness. And it wasn't to pick on West Bay or anyone. Every landfill, when we go to the next item, and with the proposed landfill hours, everybody took a bit of a reduction. So I don't know, for this, at this point, actually, probably what we just need to do is receive it and then maybe have the deeper conversation in the next item, which is the landfill hours. So perhaps I'll just get a resolution to receive this. And Deputy Mayor Kennedy, and seconded by Councillor Smith. Be it resolved that Council acknowledges receipt of the letter from Brent McLean, interim president of the Haliburton Lake Cottagers Association, regarding concerns with the proposed amendments to the West Bay landfill hours of operation. All in favor? Okay, so that's carried. So we've received it, and then the next item is it will go in a little more detail of the landfill hours of operation. John, maybe you can just take us through, again, reminder of how we came up with this, the rationale behind the change of the hours, and the general cost savings.
Yeah, definitely. So Dysart Service Delivery Review and the Landfill Strategy by JP2G recommended changes to landfills' hours of operation. So a number of proposed changes were presented to Committee of the Whole on March 9th. Committee of the Whole looked at those recommended changes and made some amendments to them. So that's what's being presented in option 1. That is showing a decrease in hours on some sites, but again, trying to maximize people's ability to use sites, particularly in the summertime on a Sunday, for example. One thing at Committee of the Whole was a recommendation that West Guildford landfill on Sundays be open in the summertime, which would ultimately result in a 10-hour workday for staff. So we're subsequently in this recommendation recommending that that the West Guildford site on Sundays in the summertime have a slightly different hour of operation, being 11 a.m. to 7 a.m. to keep staff within an 8-hour workday. Option 2 uses the same total number of operating hours and days as option 1. However, option 2 that's being presented, it kind of rearranges the schedule a bit so that sites are having at least 2 days consecutive close, which enables us to have stronger human resource policies and practices for our staff. It also means, for example, that West Guildford landfill would be open to receive construction and demolition waste on a Tuesday, which would alleviate historical challenges for users traditionally trying to get to Haliburton landfill when the farmers market has been taking place. So staff recommend option number 2, just because of the efficiencies that can be achieved by operating in that manner. Regardless of the option that is selected, be approximately $20,000 in savings to the ratepayers by kind of streamlining our landfill operation hours.
Okay, so that Deputy Mayor Kennedy comment, go ahead.
Sure, I'll open it up. I just recommend option 2, and we just changed the hours on Sunday to 11 to 7 rather than the what's presented here. That still allows our cottagers to a reasonable time to get to the landfill site, and it helps protect our attendants as far as darkness in the latter part of that time frame. I really like the idea that West Bay, for example, would only be closed 2 days in a row rather than the 3 days, which is really important. So well done, John. Thank you.
So just for clarification, when you say 11 to 5, is
No, 11
that
to 7.
11 to 7? Sorry. That's on option 2.
Yeah.
Is that across the board? So wherever we see a 10 to 5.
Sundays.
Sundays.
Sunday.
For
And
clarification.
the holiday Monday, I guess, too, goes in with that. In the
So
summertime.
the way option 2 is presented right now is Halliburton, Harcourt, Kinesis Lake, and West Bay would be 10 to 6 on Sundays, and West Guilford would be 11 to 7.
Just
So Deputy Mayor Kennedy, your suggestion is on that Sunday line in option.
and West Bay go to 11 to 7 rather than a 12 to the, what is it? I got the two lines mixed up.
That's, I know. So I just
Yeah.
wanted clarification if I'm making a
Thank you.
resolution. Well, I'm, and only for West Bay?
West Bay, and I think we're talking about West Guilford as well because of the hours of work, right, on Sunday.
Yeah, West Guilford, he was written in there, suggested 11 to 7.
Keep it until 7 o'clock.
2. West Bay is then would change to 11 to 7 on a Sunday.
Right.
And the other Sunday, but we have 3 other landfills all open on Sundays. That's what are we looking at Halliburton, Harcourt, Kinesis Lake, 11 to 7? I'm sorry, I just not focusing here, and what was your suggestion? And then we'll go to John, and then I see lots of councillors.
The one of concern I keep hearing about is the West Bay and West Guilford as far as the 11 to 7 or 12 to 8. So as a compromise, I was just suggesting 11 to 7 for daylight, and I didn't look any further other than those 2 landfills of contention, I guess. So I'd leave it up to council on the rest, but I would support 11 to 7 at West Bay, and what do we got at West Guilford? Whatever we have to do to comply with working hours.
Right. So John, I'm going to let you, John Watson, and then Councillor Smith and Councillor McKechnie.
So currently, West Guilford landfill is open 10 to 6 on Sundays and holiday Mondays during the summertime. The rationale for altering its hours, originally being from 10 to 8, was that it would be the site to accommodate any nighttime activity that West Bay or Kinesis Lake would potentially have. They would be going to West Guilford on this Sunday evening. Sunday evening, we're saying West Guilford should be 11 to 7. So staff have not recommended that West Bay or Kinesis or Harcourt alternate its Sunday hours. They're currently presented as 10 to 6.
Okay, the Deputy Mayor's suggestions, particularly at this point for West Bay, was Sunday going 11 to 7 based on the previous letter and recommendations. So we'll just hold that thought, Councillor Smith and then Councillor McKechnie.
Yeah, well, I'll say that based on the feedback that I've had, the Sunday evening is really important to folks. To many seasonal people, they want to get rid of their waste before they head back to the city, and they'd like to maximize their time up here. It's for some of them, it's a couple of hours drive home. Even those with young kids would say, well, look, the kids have been busy all weekend. Let's wait till later in the evening to throw them in the car. They'll fall asleep, before we get to Highway 35, and it'll be a pleasant drive home. And then we'll throw them in bed when they get home. But that means we need to keep the landfill open as late as possible. The move to West Guilford, it was going to be the single site that offered that service. At the time, I was fully supportive and remain fully supportive of Councillor McKechnie, that, if we could do more than one open Sunday evening, all the better. Because frankly, the people from Kinesis area, Redstone and so forth, say, well, it's much easier for us to go to the Kinesis landfill than it is to go down to West Guilford. And it certainly, as Councillor McKechnie is saying the same thing about West Bay. So why don't we do the evening service for all of them? Particularly Kinesis and West Bay. And And I wonder if, we've gone to this 11 to 7. I'll tell you that, during June, July, and August, right up to Labor Day, frankly, it's light until 8 o'clock at night. And you could go from noon to late if you're concerned about the workday. Most of these landfills are open Saturday, so it's not like, well, if I need to get rid of something, I can get rid of it Saturday afternoon at 5 o'clock, even 6 o'clock in some cases, and come back. The Sunday, it's the opening later that would matter more than Sunday morning.
So yeah, okay. I think the suggestion there's no change in total number of operating hours. So now, first Deputy Mayor Kennedy made a suggestion. Now you're making a suggestion. That's actually what I thought Deputy Mayor Kennedy was making a suggestion. If we look at the box that is option 2, all right, as presented, option 2, that along the Sunday line, that every landfill would go 11 to 7? Is that what we're talking about?
Well, I was suggesting even noon till 8, because it's later in the evening that, people say is important.
We took out to the 8 because by the end of what we call summer hours, we are getting into darkness, and so there was a health and safety factor for that. So I think a compromise would be to that 7 o'clock mark, which is what's on the table. And so it's people who have to leave a cottage, or if they're renting or whichever, at the 11. So John, how would that affect things if we took that line straight across and it was 11 to 7? So you're muted.
Sorry, that should be fine for Sundays because it wouldn't alter the total number of working
hours.
So 11 to 7 for all 5 sites on Sundays. And is that also for holiday Mondays as well?
I would think so. Nods, yes. Councillor McKechnie, you actually had your hand up next to wait. Do you think that satisfies your concern? The concerns were not changing any more cuts, but we're increasing by that shift, opening and closing to an hour.
Yeah, I think that, of course, that's a compromise, and I think that my constituents would really appreciate that. I'm repeating myself, but I just can't say enough. We're in a pandemic time here in regard to this darn COVID. And why do we want to aggravate people over a few hours and a few dollars? I mean, this landfill site, guys, is a monster. We all know that. Wait till Guildford has to become a transfer station. And Kinesis and West Bay's sort of got lots of life left. But I mean, trucking this stuff out, and we're trying to aggravate people in these times. To me, the guys in the city who did this report with John, they don't know what the people in West Bay or up in Kinesis Lake, what their hours are, what their routines are. This is cottage country. We got to bend over a little bit and accommodate the people. I know they get more than a dump card, that old saying, all I get is a dump card. I understand they get more, but to take away the hours at this time, and especially with all the people that are up here and are going to be up here this summer, like, to me, I can't see you closing West Bay like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. I hope that's going to be open Wednesday. That's what they'd really like, whether it's 10 till 5 or something like that. But they definitely need a midweek day open there. And 11 till 7, I agree with the other councillors and Pat. Across the board with the other, accommodate the cottagers, please. Thank you.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Kennedy.
Yeah, that's going further than I thought. I think it's great. All the people on Drag and Nisqually and Kashagawigamog that have had 6 o'clock for decades are now going to get a little more grace. So I think they haven't chewed about having their landfills open till 6. So I think that this should hopefully work for everybody.
So we're not changing any financial impact. We're looking at option 2 with the final change being for Sundays and holiday Mondays, that all landfills would be 11 to 7. Is there consensus for that? I see a thumbs up. So John, are you able to make that change? When I
Yes.
read the resolution, I'm going to read option 2 as amended.
Yeah, so I'll just change number 8, at all sites.
Excuse me, Mayor.
Yes.
I'm not trying to really throw a wrench into John and his process here and everybody else, but have we ever thought about opening the summer hours May 24th weekend to Thanksgiving? That'd be some savings too. Like, I think in regard to hours, it's just a thought.
Right, as opposed to May 1st.
May 1st till November 1st, I think it is.
I'll let John Watson comment on that first, and then Councillor Smith, you're next.
The summer hours currently go from May 1st to September 30th, with the winter hours starting October 1st. So although we would start later in May, we would end later in October. So I think ultimately the savings would only be maybe a week or two, like there'd only be a week or two change. So I'd have to do more math on that, but I don't think that's going to
I think the cottagers could really bite into that. They know that summer hours are coming for the landfill sites on May 24th weekend. They know Thanksgiving weekend, it's over.
Well, it actually is May 1st, so it's long before the May 24th weekend. And I think it goes back to, there's a rationale behind decisions that get made. We do start to get to, sometimes Thanksgiving can be as late as the 13th, 14th into October. It's dark, we're switching these hours. So it's definitely, they're open the May 24th. Councillor Smith was next.
Yeah, thanks. To the same concept, again, in support of staying open till 8 p.m. If we did it from Victoria Day weekend to Labor Day weekend, there'd certainly be no issue with the darkness. That is the peak season. Yes, still, some cottagers still come up after Labor Day through to Thanksgiving, but it is the May 24th to Labor Day is really the peak period, and that would allow us by putting the summer hours in that period, it would achieve some savings in May, but allow us to publish that we're open till 8 p.m. on Sunday nights in support of those cottagers, and not be spending the extra money. And I think that would be really important, again, based on the feedback I've had. As Councillor McKechnie points out, these people are paying a lot of taxes. They look at the access to the landfill as really, other than roads, it's the critical service that they receive. And, why not find a way to be as accommodating as possible, particularly if you do it during that period when the traffic is heavy. I think you're going to have a winning scenario.
There's so many suggestions on the table, and this is already coming back to this, so I'm a little tad confused. I thought I had consensus for the Sunday and holiday Monday. Tamara, do you want to chime in?
Yes, historically, the landfill hours used to be 12 till 8 in West Guilford, and during my time in Dysart, and they were changed because every morning they'd get to the landfill and there'd be probably 6 pickup trucks worth of garbage outside the gates because of people trying to leave the county before the rush goes on. And that is the last landfill out of the county. So it's important. You may still get kickback from being an hour later from people trying to leave. You'll have to wait and see, but it's probably better than 2.
So back to what I was trying to encapsulate with the change, I'm going to go back and see if there is a mover and a seconder to accept option 2 with as amended, so that Sundays and holiday Mondays, all landfills, not all. John, help me out here.
Yes, it's all sites, all waste disposal sites, because it's all five of them we're saying.
Would be
open
11 to 7.
11 to 7.
Is there a mover and a seconder for that? Moved by Councillor Clark and seconded by Deputy Mayor Kennedy. So be it resolved that council approve one of the following options to change landfill hours of operation to commence May 1st, 2021, option 2 as amended. And also that staff review the hours of operation in January 2022. All in favor?
I like in option 2 here, is this including West Bay is going to be closed on Saturday, or is that what I'm reading here?
Yes,
I don't know whether that's acceptable. So it basically open 2 days a week, Wednesday and Sunday in the summertime.
In the summertime, West Bay would be open Wednesday and Thursday, 10 to 5, and Sunday, 11 to 7.
okay, I think we need a recorded vote, Mallory, if you could. I didn't see enough hands and I'm challenged to chair this section.
Okay,
So I read the resolution as amended, and it is that Sundays and holiday Mondays are the 11 to 7. So you go through the vote.
sure.
Just,
Councillor Clark?
just before you do that, Councillor McKechnie and I think the deputy mayor had been speaking to Sunday for the sites that appeal to the seasonal residents, the cottage community. Now somebody's added Halliburton in as a 11 to 7 also. Is that really what we want? I didn't think there previously had been pressure to get Halliburton operating on 11 to 7.
I don't know, I keep asking. So
Have them all the same. Let's not make it more complex.
I don't know, I'm looking for the,
Never been an issue that I've heard in Halliburton, but keeping with Councillor Clark, if they're consistent across the board, that's fine too. 11 to 7 across the board.
Yeah.
People hear the people that don't. I always go to the dump at 10 o'clock. Now I can't go. So
Yeah. I go at 9 in the morning. I don't like the stuff after 10, but
there's a lot of cottagers for the very frame rationale. There's cottagers that use the Halibut landfill, everybody from the Musquabi Trappers Trail area and everybody on Kashag-Wigmog. Are using it. So it's the same rationale. They'll get used to, oh my gosh, it's 10 o'clock and it's not open. But if it's on your landfill card, and we'll try to get advertising that there's new landfill hours. So there's for clarification, it was across the board. Well,
I'm sorry. Yeah, just one more thing. So John, I'm sorry to be being very adamant about this. I want to make sure that my constituents are going to be happy with Wednesday, Thursday. I'm pretty sure they'd be much happier with Wednesday, Saturday, Sunday. I'm sorry to have to keep nattering away at you, but I'm just trying to speak for them.
When we look at the vehicle count, Saturday tends to be relatively low actually at West Bay compared to weekdays or Sunday. Sunday's definitely important for West Bay. Saturdays has less traffic.
Okay, I'm going to call for the vote. Mallory, if you could do a recorded vote.
Okay, Councillor Clark,
yes.
Councillor Donaldson,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Kennedy,
yes.
Councillor McKechnie,
I'm sorry, could you just tell me what I'm voting for again? Whether it is 11 till 7 on Sundays?
yes, open across the board.
And are we also doing my midweek hours at West Bay? That's in this.
John, can you tell them the hours again? Thanks.
Yes, so West Bay would be open Wednesday and Thursday, 10 to 5 during the summertime, and on Sundays, 11 to 7 during the summertime.
Is there any way that could be spaced out? I'm just sorry. I just think that, cottagers back-to-back days, if we were open 3 days, if there could be another day, maybe.
Sorry, I'm not, just a point of order. We're already halfway through the vote. So and I'm not putting pressure. It's up to you. You decide, but I have called as the chair for the vote. 3 councillors have voted. So it's your name and your turn to say yay or nay.
Yeah, yay.
Okay.
Councillor Smith?
Okay.
Sorry, can you say yes or no? I don't know why it is, but.
Oh, yes.
No. Oh, yes. Okay, perfect. Gotta ask. Councillor Wood Roberts?
Yes.
And Mayor Roberts?
Yes.
Okay, that carries.
That carries. Okay. We will, when maybe try to do a good press release. Infill cards are coming and look for the new hours.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, next thing you're still up is yard waste management.
Yeah, so at the last committee of the whole, we were talking about yard waste and whether there should be fees or no fees for yard waste. So two different options are being presented to council today. The first option is applying fees to different types of yard waste. For example, if it's bagged in paper bags, $2, which was a fee that seemed more palatable after committee. Loose yard waste, brush, and then clarifying what items would not be accepted, such as tree stumps. And also in doing some research, really clarifying that yard waste in plastic bags is something we wouldn't want. The option 2 would be to ban all yard waste from our sites. So if anyone showed up with a leaf or a tree branch, we would be turning them away, saying they can't drop that item off. Part of the rationale for having fees in option 1 is that would help to cover the cost of hauling those materials away for disposal. And hopefully down the road, we would be able to compost it, recognizing that Minden Hills is potentially opening a yard waste composting facility next year.
So seeing as the last resolution, we requested that you review this before we look to see which option the rest of council. Either way, I think, can we review this also in January 2022 so that it's
Absolutely, yeah.
more from Minden? Maybe we want to have a decision that we make on an annual basis with some further thought. And as we go in the spring to Cottage Association meetings virtually, probably still, but still we'll be able to take these concerns and maybe review it again in January. So I'm going to look to council to see option 1 or option 2. Councillor Clark is first.
Yeah, I support option 1, and the reasons for that is this is a big change for a lot of people. We're talking about doing an education program and getting people to compost more in their yards, which is important, but they need time to either start composting and learning how to do it, or identify another spot where they can take their materials. And to all of a sudden hit them with an option 2 where they can't take anything in is I think it's going to be a big problem. We've got to give people a chance to learn and to transition, and even if it's just for a 2-year period, to see how we're doing and then reevaluate. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Clark. Is there any support for option 2, which is banning? Does anyone want to speak to option 2? We could have a revolt if that happened, but anyway. So it looks like there is, so it looks like there then is support for option 1 at this time to be reviewed again in January 2022. So Councillor Clark, can I take that as a move that you will move so motion? Okay, and a seconder then? Deputy Mayor Kennedy? Be it resolved, the council approve one of the following options to manage yard waste commencing May 1st, 2021, which is option 1, and to review in January of 2022. All in favor? And that carries. Okay, that is everything from Public Works. Thank you, Rob and John, for all your hard work.
Thank you.
We will move into building and bylaw. Wait for staff to come in. If they're still here. Hi, Carl.
Hello.
Sorry for you're usually probably out on doing inspections. Luckily, it's not too busy of a season yet. So, okay, so the first is the septic reinspection bylaw.
Yeah, so this has gone back and forth from committee a couple times. We've got it at a spot where I think we're all comfortable with passing the bylaw as is.
Okay, so really this is sort of the final look. We've had lots of little changes and just see if there's any further questions or comments. If not, we can pass this. Councillor Smith.
Thank you. Well, I like it. I won't take long, but as far as I'm concerned, eliminating mandatory pump outs, a sole source agreement that's far too expensive for owners who want to use third-party inspectors, and the exorbitant charge associated with somebody who, for whatever reason, isn't able to get there the day of the scheduled inspection, where they some emergency comes up and they just can't show, to charge a full reinspection fee for the next date. They said before is wrong, but I've said my piece on this, so I'll say no more unless somebody other counselor wants to indicate support for it. And I just have a recorded vote on this, please.
Yeah, absolutely. Is there any further comment, or is there someone who wants to move to pass the Councillor McKechnie?
Yeah, Carl? Hello, Carl?
Yep, hi.
Yeah, so just explain to me, how is this going to affect our local pumpers and inspectors, do you think? With this new, our new system that we're going to probably pass here?
Sorry, what do you mean?
Like,
In what regard?
Like in work?
Our local inspectors, you mean by the building department, or?
Well, no, like the septic inspectors that were.
So the ones that we used in the last
Yes,
last
yes.
program. So they're all have their own jobs. Most of them were home inspectors, whatever else. We have, there's a lot of sales of properties right now, so I'm sure that they're busy with their regular work. Again, it's not like they were relying on this to make a living. Septic tank pumpers are still going to be busy. They're still going to be pumping out septic tanks. There's going to be a lot of septic tanks that will need to be pumped out, but it's only where they need to be pumped out that they'll be pumped out.
So just, so I have a constituent, he's ready to have his system pumped out in May or June. And then we come up there in the following year or two. How will that affect his inspection? Like in any way, will it?
It shouldn't. So if his tank is, so if his tank was prior to 1980, he'll have to have his tank pumped out. If he gets it pumped out this year, he'll have to get it pumped out in a couple of years again. Unfortunately, but that's the way it'll work.
It really shouldn't affect anything, Councillor McKechnie. It's because, as I know some people don't agree with, because we aren't doing the mandatory pump out. If someone had a pump out right now because it was on their 4-year cycle or 5-year cycle or whatever their usage. And one thing, actually, I've talked to quite a few pumpers and they say, don't pump it out too often and it's not working. It needs to do its thing in there. So if then they had it pumped out this year, and then in 2 years they were on the lake that was getting inspected, likely, if all things are working well, they would look and say, you don't need a pump out. There is still that option that if the inspector under WSP has any indication, whether to call it that sludge judge test or has any concern, then that person would be required to have a pump out. But at this point, they should be able to pass as long as the bedrooms meet the size of the bed, etc. So septic tank pump will be as busy as ever this year. Councillor Donaldson?
Just a quick question from Carl's answer. So you're saying that the $130, if the inspector is not with this company. So, and Carol's saying that all of those inspectors that we used before all have other jobs. How do we know that? Like, how many inspectors, is that quite common in that industry that they all do something else besides inspect? Or are we just eliminating people that just inspect from their livelihood? And you're saying that they only do it part-time, but is that true? Like, how do we know that? Like, how many jobs are we taking away from the local people that that's all they do? Like, is that common? You do
Yeah,
everything
we
else?
haven't done an analysis as to, what if everybody has second jobs, but that was essentially who was doing the work were home inspectors, people who did home inspections. That was the majority of the people that.
Well, I'm not going to cut you off. I'm just going to say, I don't think you really even need to answer that question. That's not where we're at today. I'm not trying to be rude, but Carl can't sit there and worry. We've gone down this road for over a year. We're here to pass the bylaw. There might have been someone that was their sole job, but they're not going to be able to take on the whole municipality. This has been a process for well over a year. So I think every question possible has been asked and answered by Carl. And I'm sorry, Carl, I wasn't being rude to cut you off. You don't have to, that's not a question that you need to answer. I know that there's disagreement with the cost of a third-party inspection, but that seems to be fairly standard. So it is still an option. And that's something that's very important. It was important that I heard from other people that they were able to have, if they wanted, they weren't in zone 2 next year, but they want to have an inspection, they still can. So really today, I'm asking for a mover and a seconder to pass the bylaw. Like I say, I feel like we've asked every question inside and out. Councillor Clark, are you moving this? And a seconder? Councillor Wood Roberts? I'll read it and then I was asked we'll do a recorded vote. Be it resolved that bylaw 2021-22, being a bylaw to authorize the implementation of a sewage system maintenance inspection program in the municipality of Dysart et al., be read a first, second, and third time, passed, signed, and the corporate seal attached hereto. A recorded vote?
So Councillor Clark,
Yes.
Councillor Donaldson,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Kennedy,
Yes.
Councillor McKechnie,
Yes.
Councillor Smith,
No.
Councillor Wood Roberts,
Yes.
and Mayor Roberts.
Yes.
Okay, carries.
Okay, that carries. Thank you. So next is the appointment bylaw, which is just to appoint WSP. So I'll need a mover seconder for that. Councillor Wood Roberts and seconder, sorry, I didn't look up. Councillor Clark. Be it resolved that bylaw 2021-24, being a bylaw to appoint building inspectors for sewage systems under the Ontario Building Code Act for the municipality of Dysart et al. Sewage System Maintenance Inspection Program, WSP Canada Incorporated Inspectors, be read a first, second, and third time, passed, signed, and the corporate seal attached hereto. Is there a desire to have a recorded vote for this? Or can I call all in favor? Okay, all in favor? Great, thank you. Just trying to be respectful, everybody's entitled to their opinion. Next is this kind of exciting. Point 3, did you want to speak to this at all, or?
Yeah, sure. So Bree's met she's passed the province's exams. She's now entitled to become a building inspector. She'll be able to go out on her own once she's sufficiently trained. She does have her plumbing exam booked for next month, so she'll also be qualified in plumbing, hopefully by next month. So this is the official bylaw appointing her to be an inspector.
Well, congratulations to her, and I think it's wonderful that we have the ability that someone can start at Dysart and get, find a role that they want to do and are able to take courses and pursue and grow with our municipality. That's fantastic. Tamara, did you have your hand up to say something? Tamara? No? Okay, you're just waving.
I was just moving.
Okay, Councillor Smith?
Carl, so the phrase here in the report says may commence conducting inspections once training is completed. Do you have an estimate of how long that'll be?
Once I'm comfortable with her ability. Again, she's accompanying me on most inspections right now, and once we get to a point where I'm comfortable that she's able to complete the job by herself, then that's when we let her out by herself.
Let her out. Good stuff. The timing of this is worked out very, very well, actually, too. Okay, mover seconder to appoint Bree. Anybody? Councillor Wood Roberts, Councillor McKechnie. Be it resolved that bylaw 2021-25, being a bylaw to appoint a building inspector, Brianna Quinn, be read a first, second, and third time, passed, signed, and the corporate seal attached here too. All in favor? And that's carried. Congratulations to Bree. Going to be busy this summer. Okay, thank you, Carl. That concludes building and bylaw, and then we'll go to finance. There is a report on our remuneration for council. This is a public document where nobody here in the council's on the sunshine list. So you got to do it because you love it. Barbara, did you want to speak to that?
Yes, good afternoon. So we have here the council and committee remuneration for 2020. And keeping with the Municipal Act 2001 and Section 284(1), the treasurer of the municipality shall in each year on or before March 31st provide to council of the municipality an itemized statement on remuneration and expenses paid in the year. So each councillor's per diem and expenditures include payments made directly to the councillor, other expenses such as conference fees or hotel accommodation paid on behalf of the councillor directly to the third party vendor are also included as demonstrated in Schedule A of the report. Total payments paid out in 2020 amounted to $174,271.30.
Okay, so really it's the sort of first column is what you're paid. Everything else is and I suppose I went to a conference. Other than that, there wasn't very many conferences. Keep in mind, councillors, if you do see something along, like, because there is AMO going to take place virtually again this year. I'm not able to register, but if there is an opportunity for that you see something that comes up online for training, I encourage you to continue trying to find those opportunities, but it certainly does save a little bit when you don't do that. So any mover seconder then for that? Councillor Clark, seconded by Councillor Smith. Be it resolved that the municipality of Dysart et al. Council received the report 2020 council and committee remuneration for information. All in favor? And that's carried. And secondly, we have the renewal with Life Labs, the bylaw come back. We've already really discussed this, so unless there's any further questions, keep it hopping along. I'll question Councillor Smith.
Well, it's not a question, but I want to highlight the reality that the rate that's being charged, the rent that's being charged to Life Labs, owned by the Ontario Municipal Employees Retirement Service, is remained fixed for more than 10 years. And under this agreement will remain fixed for 2 more years, when it will finally rise by less than 2% per year. Businesses in town don't get such a good deal. Their property taxes go up every year. And I just think that we should not have accepted the counter offer from Life Labs. We should have been more rigorous in terms of demanding that they pay a fairer rent. And, simple as that. I'd like it to be a recorded vote because this will come back at us. Thank you.
Okay. So it will be recorded, but in the meantime, do I have a mover and seconder to move this forward? Deputy Mayor Kennedy and Councillor Clark. Be it resolved that bylaw 2021-26, being a bylaw to authorize a lease extension and amending agreement with Life Labs LP, be read a first, second, and third time, passed, signed, and the corporate seal attached here too. Recorded vote.
Okay, Councillor Clark,
Yes.
Counselor Donaldson,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Kennedy,
Yes.
Counselor McKechnie,
Yes.
Counselor Smith,
No.
Counselor Wood Roberts,
Yes.
Mayor Roberts.
Yes.
Okay, carries.
Carries. Okay, thank you for that, Barbara. And next we will move into administration. When we had the delegation by Dan Manley from the Albertan Highlands Arts Center Foundation, we asked him to send us a letter, and the letter has been included. So if there is support for signing of that letter, we need a mover and a seconder, or any comment on that. Okay, Councillor Clark was a mover and a seconded by Councillor Smith. Be it resolved that council approves the letter of support for Haliburton Highlands Arts Center Foundation as written and authorizes the mayor to sign the letter on behalf of council. All in favor? Okay, carries. Thanks. Oh, this is from the county regarding our economic development hire. The report is there. I don't know if Deputy Mayor Kennedy, if you want to speak to it, or Tamara.
Do you want to speak, Beth?
Go ahead.
Yeah, basically, this is just part of the process from the countywide service delivery report. This report will be actually going to county council tomorrow, I believe. So we're ahead of them. We're anticipating that they'll be approving it. If they don't, then we'll have to come back and review again. But just in the interest of helping them move forward, I said we'd go ahead and bring it to this meeting. So while we're not looking for Dysart to yay or nay the position at this point, we are looking, if there's any input, it could come back through myself or the mayor or deputy mayor through to the steering committee.
It was acknowledged at the county that each local municipality has a slightly different structure. Some people have an economic development person that their title. Some people, it's just a collaboration. Everybody's got, you could identify a lot of things. So, but we do want to, this role at the county will be to help service the local municipalities as well. It's not just at the county without any communication back and forth. I don't know if you want to add anything to that, Deputy Mayor.
No, I think it's an important step that we're taking at the county level, been long identified as a need as we move forward, and looking forward to seeing the next step in this process unfold.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so with that, I'll take up Councillor Smith.
Thanks. So, and I guess to Tamara, do you have an approach in place that will allow you to measure the impact of this in terms of its value to Dysart? Is it is it more than paid for itself, if you like?
This will be part of a discussion at the county level with the steering committee, and as we work through the details and the job descriptions and expectations from all the municipalities, and really lay out what the role looks like and how it interacts with the local level.
Yeah, and I think that's important. I mean, the report notes that there's a need for specific and measurable goals and performance benchmarks for the position. I think the concept that it needs to pay for itself, or more than pay for itself, and we need to have a regular report to know that we're getting good value for the tax dollars that are spent here, matters at a county level. But also from a Dysart point of view, I think we should have some means of measuring the degree of success here. Are we getting both our fair share and a sense of value from this county level position and the work they're doing on our behalf? So that's where I'm just trying to make sure that we've got some vehicle in place to measure that, so that a year or two from now we can look back and say, yeah, that's working for us.
Yeah, well, it'll be more of a holistic review because it's more of a regional position than a local position. It's not really intended that we strike a balance card of who's getting what, because if something helps Dysart, it also helps the neighboring municipalities in terms of the spin-off effects. So that's part of the whole thing, is breaking down some of those barriers and getting people collaborating and seeing the wider picture of economic development. But I suspect one of the first things that'll happen will be a new economic development strategy being developed, which will help guide what happens. That will provide some clarity for the local councils as to what the priorities are for that position.
Absolutely. I see Councillor Clark's hand, but that's exactly what we talked about. Should have hired a person, and the first thing out of the gate that person will help develop an economic development plan. And that will be done in collaboration with local municipalities as well, what their needs or desires. Councillor Clark, go ahead.
Yeah, it should be noted that Dysart is the only one of the 4 lower tiers that has a proper industrial park. None of the rest of them have. I know it's in Minden, there's a small area there been designated, but it's not really suitable. We're the only ones that've got a proper industrial park and would benefit probably more than any other 3 municipalities. Thank you.
Yeah.
And we have identified things like that as being appropriate places where we could benefit from assistance from that kind of role. So you're right on target.
And this person's job will be to collaborate with our HCDC, with our Chamber of Commerce, with BIAs, and even if Minden doesn't have a BIA with the Algonquin Gateway business, it's going to be. I totally agree with what you said. It's what's good for one area is good for the county. And so we're probably one of the few counties that don't have anyone at economic development. I don't know if any of you used to go to the Eastern, what's that Eastern conference called? It was in Kingston, and I would.
OEMC.
Yeah. And that was really based on rural economic development in Eastern Ontario. And it's like, we didn't have anybody there from Haliburton County, but councillors and some other, staff. So, Deputy Mayor Kennedy, you wanted to chime in.
Yeah, just on the flip side of us having an industrial park and being a net benefactor of a county initiative, things like Algonquin Highlands has a formal business park with 100 up, 100 down. So that would be something that we could see this economic development officer trying to help promote. The spin-off is that the people that would move here to work at that would maybe live in Haliburton or shop in Haliburton. So I think it all integrates all in itself. Cardiff has a whole section there of housing that's available in that planned town that it was never implemented. So if there's a housing initiative, it may be in that area. There's all kinds of opportunities sitting here, and I think we'll get our fair share and probably more. Thank you.
Great. Okay, so mover seconder, Councillor Clark, and seconded by Councillor Smith. Be it resolved, the council receives the Haliburton County Committee of the Whole report prepared by Mike Rutter regarding County of Haliburton economic development as information, and further that Dysart et al. Council supports the role and mandate of the proposed new countywide economic development position as detailed in the report. All in favor? And carried. Municipal approval to sell alcohol beverages during holidays at the Fort Irwin Marina. Any objection to that?
I actually have an addition to it as well. We've received a request from the South Algonquin Country Store, actually during the council meeting. They also require this approval. So I would like to amend the resolution just to add them as well. So it would say Fort Irwin Marina and South Algonquin Country Store get their approval at once.
Well, they got their email in just in time.
They did, yeah. So that's good.
Anybody that would object to that? Is there anyone that wants to move and second that as amended? Deputy Mayor Kennedy and Councillor McKechnie. So be it resolved, the council approves, approves of the Fort Irwin Marina and the, Algonquin.
South Algonquin Country Store.
South Algonquin Country Store. Selling beverage alcohol.
That's the way the LCBO calls it. I know.
Sorry, I thought I was reading that backwards. Pardon me.
Yeah, I know.
Alcohol products on Victoria Day, Canada Day, Labor Day, Thanksgiving Day, and Family Day each year, unless revoked by the municipality. All in favor? Okay, and that is carried. And next is kind of exciting news that this is finally coming forward. Sorry, I'm still rating here. And I'm making a mess of it, so I might just get another resolution of that one that we just read. Yeah, so the community living group home on 737 Mountain Street, which was in Dysart's ownership under covenants from Red Cross, we are able to authorize and confirm the sale of the property. So any questions on this? No? Okay. Some of the conditions there have already been met, such as the drilling of the well. And I believe there was one other thing, which was the generator.
Moving the generator, which is going to be done in the spring here. So there's just a condition in there that ensures that it's done.
And so that closes, was it April 19th or something?
Yeah.
Okay, so good news for them too. Mover and a seconder, please, on this. Councillor Smith, and seconded by Councillor Wood Roberts. Be resolved that bylaw 2021-23 being a bylaw to authorize the sale of property to Community Living Trent Highlands described as part lot 17, concession 8, being part of lot 4, block H, plan 1, in the geographic township of Dysart, municipality of Dysart et al., pin number 39179-0051, Community Living Building, 737 Mountain Street, be read a first, second, and third time, passed, signed, and the corporate seal attached here too. All in favor? Great, and that passes. Okay, and next is deauthorize and confirm the sale of land to Highland Design. That is in Industrial Park. I think we've already talked about this one, so it's just the bylaw to close that. Any mover, seconder? Councillor Clark, Deputy Mayor Kennedy. Be it resolved that bylaw 2021-27 being a bylaw to authorize and confirm the sale of land described as part lot 11, concession 9 being part 20 on plan 19R-4878 in the geographic township of Dysart, United Townships of Dysart et al., pin 39174-0391 in Industrial Park, Highland Design, be read a first, second, and third time, passed, signed, and the corporate seal attached here too. All in favor? Okay, carried. Great. And next is a letter that we have received, that I received and came to council from the students from the grade 7 and 8 French immersion class at JD Hudson. So when I replied to their letter, I suggested that it obviously come to a council meeting for discussion. And I've also suggested that they watch the, I hope they don't watch the whole YouTube meeting from the beginning. I will mention what time their segment is on. Yeah, so they brought forward some, an interesting point at what are the protocols for how the murals got on the wall, and is it determined? We don't have any policies for those. Some were sort of historic, the Ron Stackhouse, Bertie Nichols. Some were done with the other three were done by a private donation, but we don't have any protocols in place. So I'm going to ask Deputy Mayor Kennedy to speak to this a little bit and then open questions from the floor, because he's been sitting on the Sports Hall of Fame committee for a couple of years now, and they're really close to doing stuff. So he can't reveal too much information there, but he can sort of there's a lot of people that should be honored in our community for their sports accomplishments. So maybe I'll just turn it over to you for that.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. And this may be something for council to consider. The Sports Hall of Fame was started a couple of years ago, and has actually been a long time getting even to that point of getting a committee together. So they have formalized a lot of the things and processes in place. So their overall objective, just to get in the record, is to recognize and honor the achievements of the individuals and teams of the Haliburton Highlands who have attained prominence and distinction in any field of sports, and those who have made a major contribution to the development and advancement of sports in the Haliburton Highlands. So the current chair is Sky LaRue, who we all know his dad was, the AJ Ab LaRue, of which our arena is named after, and a huge, long-time hockey supporter. So this is his son Scotty, who's carrying it on. We've been able to, as a committee, we have attracted 2 major sponsors. Curry Chevrolet and Minden Subaru are signed on as inaugural supporters. So there is a constitution in place now, and the Sports Hall of Fame is part of the Haliburton County Community Cooperative. So they have insurance, bookkeeping, supplies, everything there is in place. So with the Constitution, it provides a very formal nomination process, eligibility criteria. There are 3 inductee classifications: teams, builders, and athletes. There's a selection process whereby you nominate somebody and it goes before a nominating committee, and then recommendations are made to the management committee. There are time deadlines. Their makeup of the selection committee has been completed, and we have some community members sitting on that from a variety of backgrounds, as well as the management committee. So there's also an automatic induction committee, induction criteria that's also laid out in quite explicit terms within the Constitution. That's available to anybody. So actions to date, they do have a draft design for the website. It's up and it's in the formative stages right now. There's a lot of data background. You can click on any of the inductees. It'll give you lots of their history. Also how to apply, what the process is. The display designs right now for the first initial inductees are being reviewed and options considered, and renovations will start upstairs in the temporary housing for the Hall of Fame in the arena in the upstairs area. The inaugural inductee selection is being reviewed, and I'm hoping to invite the committee to come to council in May as part of the formal unveiling of the first initial inaugural inductees. And the induction ceremony is planned for Pinestone in October, hopefully this year, COVID permitting. So we may have a structure in place, and that with our cultural committee who looks after public art, we may have a great partnership right there. Thank you.
Thank you. And that's the other point, is that we do have a cultural resource committee that has is the keeper of the public art policy for Dysart et al. So I would suggest through Tammy, you are, Councillor Donaldson, pardon me, are the chair of that, and so that it go to our next meeting, which is in April. So up until then, you know, these things happen. It wasn't the murals of the hockey players and also of Mike Bradley that's up on the arena were to honor people who had made it to professional sports, particularly the hockey players. It wasn't to discriminate one against anybody particularly. It was, you know, it was done in that way. There's quite a cost to them, as I recall. So we can do some further investigation into that. If we were to add more ever, you know, how would we fund those types of things? So, so I'm going to defer the mural section to the Cultural Resource Committee. And I think Deputy Mayor Kennedy will be getting the Sports Hall of Fame come as a delegation, which he's a member, and that'll be really interesting because, like I say, you guys have been going for 2 years now, and they've really hard work that they've been doing. So I'm going to open it up to the floor for any other questions or comments. Councillor Smith.
Yep, thanks. Well, you know, I think it's terrific that the students brought this forward. I'd have to confess to never having heard of either one of Leslie or Tally. I did, you know, look them up as a result of this submission, and you know, Leslie did compete at the Atlantic Games, as they noted, and even while the students are waiting for you know, some direction from council or the committees that this has been assigned to, one of the things about Leslie is that she has a Wikipedia page, but as Wikipedia notes, it needs updating. It needs some more details. So might be a great experience for the students to check out that process and learn that they, as members of the public, can play an important role in ensuring that the information on Wikipedia is accurate. And Tally Williams, who was on a CFL roster for 2 consecutive seasons, didn't play in many games, actually. He made a total of 3 tackles when he played defense, and he had 1 rush in the CFL over the 2 years. So he has no Wikipedia page. But again, it would be a great project for students at school to consider setting up a Wikipedia page and tell the story of Tally. Because neither one of these individuals in the public records I was able to find sort of make any reference to their time in Haliburton. Well, that's unfortunate because they, as students note, they both did spend some time here, and be great to have that recognized. And Wikipedia would be one way to accomplish that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any further comments, questions? Again, I want to thank the students for their letter, and I did email them back saying that. And yeah, it's nice to see some young people take an interest in an issue that they see as an issue, and that they can see the process of how things get decided and discussed. And so it's great they brought this to our attention. I do have a resolution on that, so I'd ask for a mover and a seconder if I could. To receive. Councillor Wood Roberts and seconded by Deputy Mayor Kennedy. Be it resolved that Council acknowledges the receipt of the letter from the students of the 7-8 French immersion class at J. Douglas Hodson Elementary School requesting support to add local athletes Leslie Tashlin and Tally Williams to the mural portraits of local athletes on the exterior walls of the A.J. LaRue Arena, and further direct staff to bring this letter to the April Cultural Resources Committee meeting for further discussion and consideration. All in favor? And that's carried. Okay, thank you. So moving along, how is everybody for needing a break, or can we get through and then take the break going into closed? That's what I'm looking at. Yep, good. Just checking in. All still awake. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sets of minutes from the committee of the whole meeting. Is that correct?
Yeah, I brought these forward. It was pointed out to me that perhaps council should receive these as well, which is true. They can receive them. So I've included all the minutes from the committee of the whole from the beginning when we started doing this process.
Okay. And so then on a go forward basis, we'll just have one. So there's a lot of sets of minutes. If we all were able to review them all, I will ask for a mover and a seconder to receive. Councillor Clark, and seconded by Councillor Smith. Be it resolved that council acknowledges receipt of the minutes from the following committee of the whole meetings: September 8, 2020, October 13, 2020, November 10, 2020, February 9, 2021, March 9, 2021. All in favor? Okay, carried. Glebe Park. Councillor Wood Roberts, do you want to take that? Don't forget to unmute. Yep.
Sorry, just let me go back to the minutes here. Gotta find them. I was going into the closed stuff so I could get ahead of the game.
Yep. Okay. We'll have a break so we can do that too.
I honestly can't find the minutes here right now.
That's okay. So I attended that meeting because I think that's the one where I made a faux pas. So that had us all in a chuckle. It was I am not a cat experience, but anyway, I wasn't on mute. Let's just say that. Just to note that there's a sort of subcommittee working with members of this Glebe Park committee and the ski club to look at an alternate location for a ski club garage in preparation for the student residents going in there. We're sort of waiting to hear back from them, but we had a very productive meeting with staff. And that's not in here, but I just thought I could follow up with that. And yeah, so I don't think there's anything else from those minutes though. Okay, so mover and seconder to acknowledge receipt of those minutes. Councillor McKechnie and Councillor Smith. Be it resolved that council acknowledges receipt of the February 11, 2021 Glebe Park and Museum Committee minutes. All in favor? Carries. Cultural Resource Committee, and that's Councillor Donaldson.
Yep, so there's a lot of things happening there. There's discussion, it's all in the minutes, but there's discussion about better directional signage for Glebe Park and the sculpture forest. The plaque is to be installed at the dry the dry stone boat, hopefully in the next couple of months, and the public art donation that came in from Brad Park from Foodland was discussed. And then discussion on options on how to best support the cultural organizations. And also discussion on the Head Lake Park plan and a staff report on the cultural plan. And there was also a motion to support the BIA for sponsoring a sculpture in downtown, like previously done the year before. And I'm not sure if I missed anything.
No, I don't think so. I just speak further to that public art. If any of you have shopped in the Foodland, they're doing a major interior renovation due to Sobeys requirements. And so there was some paintings, mural type paintings that they had done that were over the deli counter. And there was one that was sort of from up the hill from the town hall office looking down onto Head Lake. It's very large. So we did, I have since spoken with him, and he's going to find an alternate way to gift it, or he doesn't want to throw it out in the garbage, but we really didn't have a space or an area that we could take it. However, we did say in the event that he wasn't able to do that, we could store it for him for a temporary. And he's been able to find homes for the other ones. So that was what that was about. But it was a really good process. It's the first time we sort of had to deal with something like that. And I guess we will be at our next meeting. And so that's it for the minutes. And then the next one is some new members. So Deputy Mayor Kennedy?
Yeah, just to comment, note that you are discussing signage for such things as Glebe Park and Sculpture Forest. My pet peeve has always been there's no directional signage to anything in this municipality, and I'm hoping that you encompass that as part of as developing a theme, like how to find the arena, how to find, the town hall, for lack of a better word, or those types of things. It's just when I go to other communities, I get reminded quite often by my partner in crime that, oh, look, you can find out where the museum is from a sign. So,
well, actually, and very good point. Yes, and through you, Councillor Donaldson, if you want to answer that. But we have been discussing just signage in general, not just within Glebe Park, but around the town. And we have often compared a little town to the east of us that has some very nice, very simple signs. There was a thought that the county was going to look into a whole county sign protocol, but I think that sort of went dead in the water, where the county would adopt a sign policy, as some larger counties have done. So they have a color, it has to be robin's egg blue or whatever the color is. This is the color, this is the font, this is the style. So any signs that are that type of thing, but I'm not sure. I'm to check what the county, if they want to pick that up again. But in the meantime, we are thinking about signage for the whole town, not just in Glebe Park. And the other thing is we're still talking about Sam Slick. So that's in there, and we all felt that in order to make any kind of recommendation that would come back to council, that we needed to do our own research on the topic before we suggest that has been suggested changing the name of that park from Sam Slick Park. So I encourage council members to also brush up on, I actually downloaded a free copy of the Clockmaker, Councillor Donaldson, so that's my next read. And because I said I don't want to make a decision when I haven't gone to the source. So we'll be discussing that at our next meeting. So mover and a seconder, Councillor Smith?
Yeah, I'm happy to move it, but I just on the sign thing, something that I found helpful when I visited other communities is kind of a poster or a map or whatever sort of things to do where even with the new visitor center, the building's not going to be open all the time. Just like the caboose is not open all the time. And so if somewhere in Head Lake Park, which is sort of a place that people that are in town looking for something to do or whatever, that's a place they go or might naturally go. If there was a sign there that essentially is a map of the community, and there are those almost comic style ones that have a drawing that says, okay, here's the museum, and there's a schematic of the museum. Here's, a bridge at the other end of Head Lake Park that you might want to see. So those things are on basically a poster that would be covered by plexiglass or whatever. And so anybody walking through the park would see this. And frankly, even to people that are regular visitors might look at it and say, oh, I've never been to such and such, the Glebe Park or whatever it might be. And that would be just a way of kind of sharing that. It's not directional signage all over town, but it's a place that people can say, here are the attractions. I'm in Halliburton. I need to make sure I see these three things because they're interesting.
Good points. Tamara?
There are, to John's point, there are big maps like that from the Walk, Hike, and Be Active. I've probably got the name wrong. That Health Unit partnership through the our various partnerships. Anyway, we have, I think there's one on the Home Hardware building, the old Home Hardware, which is now Castle Antiques. And there was one down by Foodland, but perhaps it's something that could be duplicated for down by down in the park as well. But it has all the park trails and connectivity on it as well.
Yeah, I think there is one down there. It's actually near the town dock.
Oh, where it is?
It is dated, and it's not quite the same as what Councillor Smith is talking about. It doesn't, like, for instance, it was to show the Head Lake Trail and its alternate. And I think, so next time you're down near the town dock, and because there had been one, but we had to take it down right in front of our parking lot here. And then there's one on the board of the Castle Antiques.
Yeah. If these things are dated, it sends a message about the community.
Yep.
Right? And if you got something that's interesting, this is not a big expenditure to come up with one of these things. Frankly, even if we had something, even some of the local businesses might display it, like the Castle Antiques thing. But we've got to produce it and at least have one place for it ourselves and go from there.
Yeah. Deputy Mayor Kennedy?
Yeah, it was a good thoughts there, John. I'd actually been approached by HCSA last fall, the Snowmobile Association, to move forward with a map down there near the Welcome Center that identified the restaurants and other amenities in town. So from that concept, I've got an idea in my head. I'm really glad you brought it up. Was those things that you're suggesting, like the sculpture forest, would actually have I think they're called a QRS code. You hold your phone up to it and it gives a little spiel on it. And so that's what I started to think, actually, just a simple, here's where Cozy Corner is, but just taking yours and running with it a little bit. And good concept there, John. And I think we'll continue to work on that. That's a great initiative.
The good news with the Walk, Bike, Be Active maps are they were really classy when they were done. So they aren't, there may be something missing that I can't think of, like the new visitor washroom center, but they're really not that outdated. So they're good, but we could do a bit better. So yeah, Councillor Donaldson, all things that we can discuss at our next Cultural Resource Committee meeting, and bring forward that council would like some town signage and some information where things are. Okay, so I need a resolution to acknowledge receipt of this, please. Councillor Clark, Councillor Smith.
Just as a point, Madam Mayor, I'm really glad to see that committee getting back up and running after a year and a half or almost 2 years. Congratulations to all involved in rejuvenating that.
Yeah, it's great. We actually then ended up having 2 meetings in a row. We had one in January, which is to make up for one that, again, we didn't had a quorum issue, and then one in February, and then it's every other month. There's 2 new members, and actually another new member will be joining. So all of the roles will be filled. So moved by Councillor Clark, seconded by Councillor Smith. Be it resolved that council acknowledges receipt of the February 25th, 2021 Cultural Resource Committee minutes. All in favor? Okay, carried. And then so next is the appointments of some people and a familiar name to Dysart. So that's really exciting. And as I said, there's going to be another member from the that will fill the gap for a position from the media, and that'll come to council in another couple of months. So can I have mover seconder to appoint these people? Councillor Clark, Councillor Wood Roberts. Be it resolved that council appoints Victoria Bingham as the young professional representative for the Cultural Resource Committee, and further that council appoints Patricia Martin as the Arts Council representative for the Cultural Resources Committee, and further that council appoints Erin Lynch as an alternate for the Fleming College representative for the Cultural Resources Committee, and further that council direct the clerk to update the municipality of Dysart et al. Procedural bylaw and appointment bylaw to reflect these appointments. All in favor? And that's carried. Okay. As I said, there may be some other changes, especially to in the library. There'll be a change of a name.
I'm gonna wait until those come in. You appointed them, but we'll do the bylaw once and not multiple times.
Excellent. Okay, so we have only one item in closed, and I will move to go into closed. And after we pass that resolution that we're in closed, we'll turn our screens off, take 15 minutes to have break again, and come back. So it's 3:15, so we'll be back at our computers at 3:30. And if I could have a mover to go into closed. Councillor Donaldson, Councillor McKechnie. Be it resolved that council adjourn its regular meeting at 3:16 p.m. to discuss matters pursuant to section 239 of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended, pertaining to a proposed acquisition of land in the township of Havelock, properties abutting Kinesis Lake Waste Disposal Site. All in favor? Okay, so we are in closed, and we'll see you back in. Just turn your screens off, mutes off. Okay, so we are now back in open session, and I have one resolution coming out of closed regarding the purchase of land from Halliburton Forest. So if I could have a mover and a seconder for that, please. Moved by Councillor Wood Roberts, seconded by Councillor Smith. Be it resolved that council approves the purchase of land from the Halliburton Forest and Wildlife Reserve Limited for $2 for the property described as Part Lot 18, Concession 2, as in H23090, between Part 5, 19R-405, Part 4, 19R-2366, Part 19, 19R-027, and H48973 in the geographic township of Havelock, municipality of Dysart et al., PIN number 39260-0287, for the purpose of expanding the Conesus Lake Waste Disposal Site Contamination Attenuation Zone. And that staff are directed to bring forward a bylaw authorizing the purchase to a future meeting. All in favor? Okay, that's carried. Thank you for that. So that's the only resolution coming out of closed at this point. It was pointed out on our break that Councillor feels an error might have been made in passing a resolution, not his intention. So there was, I've got a lot of paper here, so I just have to find it. Excuse me, there was a resolution regarding the landfill hours. So it was referring to Councillor McKechnie feeling that he didn't want to vote that way because this wasn't what you were suggesting. It was a very difficult item to chair. And so for the sake of trying to get it right, I would like to go back to that item and let Councillor McKechnie speak to what he was trying to propose. As you all recall, I was sort of going back and forth and trying to find that right thing. And so it was difficult. So Councillor McKechnie, you were wanting to propose.
Yes, thank you. That West Bay would be open on Wednesdays, 10 till 5, and Saturdays, 10 till 6, I believe, and Sundays, 11 till 7 in the summertime. That's what I thought that it was.
So therefore closed on Thursday?
Closed Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday.
Okay.
Open Wednesday, Saturday, Sunday.
And I believe, so the change then would be to basically swap the Thursday for the Saturday. Is that correct? John and John
As long as you keep the Wednesday, if you could.
Yes,
Please.
so my understanding is that Thursday would now be closed in the summertime at West Bay, and Saturday would now be open during the summertime, 10 to 5 at West Bay.
Yeah, we're just.
Yeah, and also Wednesday.
Yeah, so Wednesday, it'd be Wednesday, Saturday, Sunday, he'd be open at
We're
West
just-
Bay
11 till 7.
on
So
Sundays.
what I'm going to ask is that was moved by Councillor Clark and seconded by Deputy Mayor Kennedy. And Councillor McKechnie was trying to get that point across and he was not able to, and then the vote took place. So I'm going to ask the mover and the seconder if the resolution was as amended anyway. So would they accept that the resolution be amended to be closed on Thursday and open on Saturday?
Okay by me. Yeah.
Mover and the seconder, so I'll call for an additional vote. Is everyone in favor of that change?
Yeah.
Okay, so the.
Sorry, Andrea. So I just want to make clear. So I don't want to miss something again. So it's Wednesday, Saturday, Sunday.
And holiday Mondays.
Yeah, and holiday Mondays, of course. Thank you, John. Andrea.
I appreciate that. Says
Larry.
it was a difficult item to chair and find the flow of that. So I did call the vote, all in favor. So that resolution is as amended and we'll correct that. So that is the very last item for today. I want to thank you, staff and council for their time. It's a long meeting and we covered an awful lot of ground today. So basically there's 2 resolutions left. One is to confirm proceedings and one's to adjourn. So mover seconder to confirm. Deputy Mayor Kennedy, Councillor Smith. Be it resolved that bylaw 2021-28, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the regular council meeting held on March 23rd, 2021, be read a first, second, and third time, passed, signed, and the corporate seal attached hereto. All in favor? That's carried. And a motion to adjourn. Councillor Donaldson, Councillor Wood Roberts. Be it resolved, the council adjourn its regular meeting held on March 23rd, 2021 at 3:46 p.m. All in favor? We are now adjourned. Again, thank you, everybody. Enjoy this last little bit of sunshine. It looks beautiful out, so see you next time.
Thanks,
Thank
everyone.
you.
Bye-bye.